Hello, Internet. I am Insane Elaine, and welcome to Book Club. I am not running horribly behind. It has not been one of those days where I blinked and the whole day went by, and I am so unprepared. But when are we ever prepared here? That would break the rules in some way, I'm sure of it. And since I wrote the rules, I can say that and not be wrong. Alright, I'm just grabbing the book. I did manage to actually get dressed, have a glass of wine ready. The ducks are ready. My desk is less than a total disaster. On the whole, not bad. How was everybody's week? I had an interesting / annoying one. I'm very much over renting in my current living place, which I have a feeling is going to change soon. Now, how I'm going to facilitate that, I have no idea. I was trying to recall what happened in the book last week. I know we stopped mid-chapter, but that's because E.L. James can't pace. So this week it actually comes out evenly. But let's see. I'm going to go out on a limb and say there were some bad sex scenes. Oh yeah, there was a lot of meant to be playful or coy, but it was really just sexist, misogynistic crap. They now possibly think that Jack Hyde, still cannot believe that name, is the bad guy and apparently is an expert bomb maker and, can get around security and stuff. Yeah, Christian continues to be a dick to his security, blames them for not being omniscient. Oh yeah, he asked about one of her past boyfriends, which I still feel like her out of nowhere going, well, I had a boyfriend once and we kind of made out. That just feels like such an attempt to retcon her complete naive as heck virgin status as a way of saying, look, she wasn't really that, inexperienced, except she still was. still the same. Oh yeah, they talked about the house that he's having redone. She supposedly stood up to the interior decorator even though she really didn't, or architect or whoever that person is. I'm sure we'll never see them again. But yeah, there was unappetizing sex. She's annoyed she can't make her own lunch anymore. They argued about her work email. I think that was last week. It might have been the week before. I don't know. But that whole argument made me want to puke because he was being the absolute worst. He could not have been more of a whiny little bitch about it. And it's over something so petty. And the fact that dude, you drop your first day back at work, you drop everything and run to her office to whine that she hasn't changed her work email to your last name, so that literally, and he even outright said it, that he just wants everyone to know that she is his property. And she's going along with this. So not a good day for women's rights or feminism. This is not a book that I would write. This is a book that a feminist would probably rip apart with her teeth. Not that I don't consider myself a feminist, but just oh god, the portrayals. All right, that will do it. So I'll rise for the national anthem, and then we will get underway. It's gonna be a crazy night. I can already tell. I'm so out of it today. So yeah, this is gonna be a sight. Strap in.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my god, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not. aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea at all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes. But in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay. All right. The sound is low. Oh, I didn't see in time. I'm sorry. I said I'm incompetent today. I forgot to brush my hair. And the fan is behind me, so it's making my hair do a sticky uppy thing. One of those days. Here's the other thing that happened today. The ducks are under attack, people. I'm telling you, my cat is planning things. He's not that bright, but he is determined. Because I accidentally knocked the duck stage on the ground today. And it fell like that. And as I was reaching for it, it had been on the ground for like 1 second. And what do we get? These are kitty teeth marks. He ran up and started biting the crap out of this. Those are from his fangs. He's a vampire kitty. But yeah, look what he did. Little brat. Like, he is determined he's going to eat these ducks. All right, with that, we shall introduce everyone. This is Ralph, our blue unicorn duck. Hi, Sadell! Good to see ya! He is a spicy kitty. You know, I'm just glad that he has not tried to put himself through a window recently. But that's partly because I moved all the furniture that was anywhere near the windows. So we have our blue unicorn duck. We then have our second duck, which has been dubbed Charlotte, and it's either a queen or a princess. I still can't decide. So we have our royalty duck, Charlotte, keeping Ralph company. And then we have our unidentified duck. This duck remains unidentified, by the way. I asked in multiple Discords. I swear to God, I found a Reddit that is dedicated to this duck and trying to identify what it is. There was no definitive answer. I have had people, like, it's got these, like, ridges on the front, but then it's got these little tiny nails. It's got the dots around the eyes, the yellow eyes. I've had people say it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex duck. It's some kind of sea serpent monster duck. It's a Digimon. It's a cardinal. So you name it. Even looking online for pictures of it, it's called all kinds of different things. So your guess. This duck is whatever you would like to believe that it is, because we don't know. Also, its name is Steve, in honor of the hedge in Over the Hedge, because that's what the animals called it when they didn't know what it was. So it seemed appropriate. So there is our panel O Ducks for tonight. Hopefully they will get some friends. We still got more ducks in the bag ready to go. If you sponsor a duck, link at the top for $10, you get to name the duck. The ducks are drawn at random, though. I don't know what they are. Some of them are yet to be identified, but we will draw a duck at random. Or if anyone is feeling generous for $25, I will wear these handcuffs for one of the chapters, one of which has already been sponsored tonight by a very good friend of mine, so thank you to them. So these will be going on in just a moment. And if anyone is out of their mind or drunker than I am not right now and donates $50, I will chug this glass of wine and hopefully not throw it up. Oh, that's really cold too. I hate when I forget to take it out of the fridge. But since somebody did sponsor the first chapter for the cuffs tonight, if I ever have to wear them for the whole time, that's going to be really interesting. Might actually leave marks that I'm happy with for more than a couple of hours. Okay, my wrists definitely still feel that from last week. Okay, I can pick up the book. Really? I got it. Do I have these turned the right way? No, I don't. That's why they're... Okay, hold on. I gotta readjust. I don't have these turned. Come on. There we go. Yeah. Okay, that's better. All right, so we were halfway through chapter 8. We think we've identified who the potential bad guy is. Somebody followed them in a car, blew up his office, and they're both taking it miraculously well. There have been kind of like multiple attempts on at least his life, possibly her life, and somebody appears to genuinely be after them. They're not doing much in the way of precautions either. For all his money, like, his security kind of sucks. Actually, for all his money, his security sucks a lot. Please tell me I didn't just stop in the middle of a page. Did I? I really should have checked. I really should have checked last week to see exactly where I stopped, but I didn't do that. Okay, I highlighted a line. I'm going to say that that's where I stopped. I think I remember that I highlighted it to show me where I stopped. So I think that's it. A really important matter to attend to, he continues, suddenly all serious once more. Yes, Mrs. Gray, a matter of grave importance. Hang on, he's laughing at me? What? I breathe. I need you to cut my hair. Apparently it's overlong and my wife doesn't like it. I can't cut your hair. Yes, you can. Christian grins and shakes his head so his overly long hair covers his eyes. Seriously, there's no way in hell somebody with his control issues would let her... Like, this guy has had the same barber since he was 12. And, you know, he's like, who knows their Big Bang Theory? The episode with Sheldon and the haircut. Christian Grey is Sheldon when it comes to his haircut. Well, if Mrs. Jones has a pudding bowl, I giggle. He laughs. Okay, good point. Well made. I'll get Franco to do it. Yeah, that's what actual hairdressers are for. No, Franco works for the bitch troll. Oh, we've upgraded her name. She's no longer Mrs. Robinson. We've upgraded. Maybe I could give him a trim. After all, I cut Ray's hair for years, and he never complained. Yeah, but he's your stepdad, and he likes you and also doesn't care. There's a puppy who wants my attention. Shall we have some puppy attention? Oh, great. How am I going to cuddle him with cuffs on? Come on. Yeah, he's looking at me weird because he doesn't know what to do. Up, up, up. Come on, up, up. You can do it. I got to put you... Yeah, I got to do this. He's going, what are you doing, Mommy? Why do you have those things on? What are those? I don't like it. I'm sniffing at it. Do I need to bark? I might need to bark. Should I chew them? Why are you wearing those? You're not holding me right. I can feel him complaining. Going, what are you doing? I don't like those. Why are they touching me? Don't touch me with those. Don't touch me with those. Just pet me. Yes. No, I just want to pet. I'm not sitting on your neck. No. I'm cuddle. Oh, don't lick the lips, puppy. I know it. No, don't lick the makeup. Don't lick the makeup. I know you're being lovey. I know you're saying I love you and you're being a very good boy. And you're adorable and everyone loves to see you. Let me see your face, huh? Can we show your little face? Hi, look at my little face. Look at my cute little face. I am an adorable puppy and I've never tried to eat a duck. He genuinely hasn't. He's had opportunities where he could have gotten one. He didn't, so he's a good boy. He respects the ducks. Okay. Oh my god, now he's gonna try to climb. Okay, not a good time to try and climb. Okay, puppy, I'm sorry, but you gotta go down. I love you. I love you. I love you so much. Yes, I love you and you're a good boy. And you're a good boy. And later I'll cuddle you and rub your belly, okay? Oh, and a shout out to another good girl who may be watching. Shout out to Sasha if you are watching. Good to see you. Hi, Sasha. Hi, baby girl. You're a good girl. He's like, who are you talking to? You're talking to another dog. I know that voice. Don't worry, I didn't betray you, okay? It's just a friend. You have to go down, baby. I know, he's giving me the scared face because he doesn't know what to do. You're okay. Down we go. It's okay. Down we go. Good boy. Okay, I'm amazed I was able to do that without breaking my wrist. No, he did shift these out of place, though. Okay. Now we have the puppy, who's still very confused. Come. I grab his hand and his eyes widen. I lead him all the way to our bathroom, where I release him and grab the white wooden chair that stands in the corner. I place it in front of the sink. When I look at Christian, he's gazing at me with ill-disguised amusement, thumbs tucked in the front loops of his pants, but his eyes are smoking hot. Can we go like 3 pages without being reminded that he's good looking? Because, like, I'm so over it. Nobody is that good looking. Sit. I gesture to the empty chair, trying to maintain the upper hand. Are you going to wash my hair? I nod. He arches one brow in surprise, and for a moment I think he's going to back down. Okay. He slowly begins to undo each button of his white shirt, starting with the one beneath his throat. How else would you unbutton a shirt? Nimble, deft fingers move to each button in turn until his shirt hangs open. Oh my. Hey, that was actually pretty decent. I may be getting better, like 1%. My inner goddess pauses in her celebratory chant around the arena. Christian holds out a cuff with an undo this now gesture. His mouth twitches in that challenging, sexy way he has. Okay, it's not sexy when you go, wait on me, woman. Sorry, no. Oh, cufflinks. I take his pro-offered wrist and remove the first one, a platinum disc with his initials engraved in italic script, then remove its matching twin. I actually don't know how to do cufflinks. I've never handled cufflinks, so I probably have to figure that out. As I finish, I glance at him, and his amused expression is gone, replaced by something hotter. Much hotter. This is gonna turn into, like, some kind of shower sex scene, something. I reach up and push his shirt off his shoulders, letting it fall to the floor. Ready? I whisper. For whatever you want, Anna. My eyes stray from his eyes to his lips, parted so he can inhale more deeply. Sculptured, chiseled, whatever. It's a beautiful mouth, and he knows exactly what to do with it. Yes, he knows how to berate you very well with it. I find myself leaning up to kiss him. No, he says, and places both his hands on my shoulders. Don't. If you do that, I'll never get my hair cut. I think this is the first moment we've ever seen him have any restraint of any kind. It only took until a third of the way through the third book for him to have a single solitary split second of self-control. Oh my god. Oh, I want this, he continues, His eyes are round and raw for some inexplicable reason. It's disarming. Why, I whisper. He stares at me for a beat, and his eyes grow wider, because it makes me feel cherished. Okay, not the worst reason. My heart practically lurches to a halt. Oh, Christian, my 50. And before I know it, I've circled him in my arms, and I kiss him. I kiss his chest before nuzzling my cheek into his tickly chest hair. Hannah, my Anna, he whispers. He wraps his arms around me and we stand immobile, holding each other in our bathroom. Oh, how I love to be in his arms. Even if he's an overbearing megalomaniac arse. He's my overbearing megalomaniac arse in need of a lifetime dose of TLC. I lean back without releasing him. Oh, hello, Ernix. I'm not sure how to say your name. If I'm saying it wrong, please tell me. For now, I'm going with Ernix. But it's going okay. It's going okay. So far, we've dodged a sex scene, so this is good because I didn't have to read it. You know, I'm being horribly rude right now, but somebody texted and I have to answer them. And I can't type. I am pronouncing it correctly. Is it from a video game or a movie or something? Ugh. Okay, gotta work the mouse in one hand. Thank God for keyboard controls. Oh yes, lifetime of TLC, because that fixes everything. Yes, if we just give in. You just made it up? That's cool. I always take my internet names from something. Usually like a combination of things. It won't be from one thing. It'll be from 2 or 3 different things, and I just piece it together into something. He really want me to do this. He really should not. These are not as broken as I thought they were. I was able to repair. So as long as I'm not too hard with them. But I have others if we need. Like if they start to slip, I'll switch to one of the other. They're right over there, so it wouldn't take long to get. But I do have other implements available. Though I was very disappointed because I was looking at my favorite, my spiky whip, and I noticed some of the spikes broke. I don't know what happened to it, but some of them are broken off. So I'm going to have to do some TLC on this because I'm not giving up on it. It was too hard to get in the first place. Ah! I have no reach. You love the handcuffs? Well, they're only sponsored for the first chapter. So they will be coming off after the first chapter, unless somebody sponsors them for the second chapter, then they'll stay on. I am a woman of my word, always. He nods and gives me a shy smile. I grin back at him and step out of his embrace. Then I sit, I repeat. He dutifully does, sitting with his back to the sink. I take off my shoes and kick them over where his shirt lies crumpled on the bathroom floor. Dude, hang up your shirt. Somebody iron that for you. From the shower, I retrieve his Chanel shampoo. We bought it in France. Does Chanel make shampoo? They probably do. Would Sir like this? I hold it up in both hands like I'm selling it on QVC. Hand delivered from the south of France. I like the smell of this. It smells of you. More like he smells like that because he uses it. Like, come on. I add in a whisper, slipping out of TV presenter mode. Please, he grins. I grab a small towel off the towel warmer. Mrs. Jones sure knows how to keep the towel super soft. I lean forward, I order, and Christian complies, draping the towel around his shoulders. I then turn on the tap and fill the sink with a mix of warm water. This is another scene that I thought they had made up for the movies, but apparently not. Lean back. Oh, I like being in charge. This is not in charge. Christian leans back, but he's too tall. He shifts forward in the seat, then tilts back the entire chair, so that until the top rests against the sink. Perfect distance. He tips his head back. Bold eyes gaze up at me, and I smile. I always got in trouble for leaning a chair back on two legs. And I mean like loudly in trouble, like all three names trouble. This was just not allowed. Taking one of the drinking glasses we keep on the vanity, I dip it into the water and tip it over Christian's head, soaking his hair. I repeat the process, leaning over him. You smell so good, Mrs. Gray, he murmurs and closes his eyes. As I methodically wet his hair, I freely gaze at him. Holy cow, will I ever tire of this? Again, we can't, it's been one page. You would lose your mind trying to count the number of times that we're told how good looking he is. Long dark lashes fan across his cheeks and his lips part a little, creating a small dark diamond shape. And he inhales softly. How I long to poke my tongue. Ugh. Pass. I splash water into his eyes. Shit. Sorry. He grabs the corner of the towel and laughs as he wipes the water out of his eyes. Hey, I know I'm an arse, but don't drown me. Honey, if you... I can think of better ways to kill him. I lean down and kiss my forehead, giggling. Don't tempt me. He curls his hand behind my head and shifts so he captures my lips with his. If he's sitting down in a chair in front of her, then he's like, and she's behind him, he would have to be like reaching. Again, somebody get E.L. James some Barbies and have her work it out. Because she does not know anatomy at all. But at least in this series, I can say nobody had a third arm spontaneously, which in the other series happened. He kisses me briefly, making a low, contented sound in his throat. The noise connects to the muscles deep in my belly. It's a very seductive sound. He releases me and lies back obediently, gazing up at me with expectation. For a moment, he looks vulnerable, like a child. It tugs at my heart. I squirt some shampoo into my palm and massage it into his scalp, beginning at his temples and working over the top of his head down the sides, circling my fingers rhythmically. He closes his eyes and makes that low humming sound again. That feels good, he says after a moment, and relaxes beneath the firm touch of my fingers. Yes, it does. I kiss his forehead once more. I like it when you scratch my scalp with your fingernails. His eyes are still closed, but his expression is one of blissful contentment. No trace of his vulnerability remains. When was he vulnerable? I press X to doubt. Geez, how much his mood has changed. And I take comfort knowing that it's me that's done this. See, now she's starting to like be like, oh, I have mood control power over my husband. You shouldn't have to have mood control power over your husband. Jeez. But he really is like a grown-up toddler. A girl could get used to this. I rub the suds into the back of his hair, scraping my nails into his scalp. Back. He leans back and I rinse off the lather using the glass. This time I manage not to splash him. Once more, I ask? Please. His eyes flutter open and his serene gaze finds mine, and I grin down at him. Coming right up, Mr. Gray. I turn to the sink that Christian normally uses and fill it with warm water. For rinsing. Yeah. This would also be good, but he needs to have, like, this much self-control. Like, I don't mind in certain places in a relationship, like if somebody knows how to calm somebody else down when they're upset or knows what kind of tea to make you when you're stressed or something like that, that's fine. But, like, the way that she's constantly on edge and constantly worried if any move, action, word, or thought of hers will make him angry and is constantly doing things to try and mollify and appease him. Like, that's what's disgusting. I repeat the process with the shampoo, listening to his deep, even breaths. Once he's all lathered up, I take another moment to appreciate the fine face of my husband. I cannot resist him. Tenderly, I caress his cheek, and he opens his eyes, watching me almost sleepily through his long lashes. Leaning forward, I plant a soft, chaste kiss on his lips. He smiles, closes his eyes, and breathes out a sigh of utter contentment. Who would have thought after our argument this afternoon he could be this relaxed? Without sex. I lean right over him. The without sex comment just broke my brain. So, yes, author, that is an admission that she was using sex and therefore giving him her body as a form of Xanax. And also that she has given him sex purely so he won't be mad. That is not exactly what I call consensual or willing. Oh. Okay. Interesting email. It's definitely gonna be an interesting night. I really might need a backup pair of these because I'm about to start drinking and then I'm definitely gonna struggle because I want good marks tonight. And also, you know, what's the point of putting on a show unless you put on a show? Slapping that he needs sex to calm down. He murmurs appreciatively as my breasts brush his face. Resisting the urge to shimmy, I pull the plug so the sudsy water drains away. His hands move to my hips and around my behind. No fondling the help, I murmur, feigning disapproval. Don't forget I'm deaf, he says, keeping his eyes closed as he runs his hands down past my behind and starts to hitch up my skirt. I knew he couldn't go without sex. I knew it. He's such a baby. I knew it. I knew there was no way this wasn't turning into a sex scene. Because I think it is what it would be too. The don't forget I'm deaf thing would have been cute coming from anybody else. I swat his arm. I'm enjoying playing hairdresser. He grins big and boyish, like I've caught him doing something illicit that he's secretly proud of. That's everything he does. That is everything that he does. That's why he has that stupid smirk on his face the entire time. That's what the smirk gets. I'm drinking some wine. Phone bookmark set. Door fall over. Okay, this is tricky. Oh, I hate it when it's cold. Yuck. Yeah. I reach for the glass again, but this time use the water from the neighboring sink to carefully rinse all the shampoo from his hair. I continue to lean over him, and he keeps his hands on my backside, drumming his fingers back and forward, up and down, back and forth. I wiggle. He growls low in his throat. Okay, she just named 6 directions for playing with her butt. I'm only getting 4. Unless he's like just digging his fingers in and squeezing. Because she said, thrumming his fingers back and forward, up and down, back and forth. You did not think this through. There, all rinsed. Good, he declares. His fingers tighten on my behind, and all at once he sits up, his soaked hair dripping all over him. He pulls me down onto his lap, and his hands moving from my behind to the nape of my neck and then my chin, holding me in place. So he pulled her down and he's holding her by her head, because that's sexy. I gasp with surprise, and his lips are on mine, his tongue hot and hard in my mouth. What? How is somebody's tongue hard? Like ever? What did you do? I don't want to know. My fingers curl around his wet hair, and drops of water run down my arms as he deepens the kiss. His hair bathes my face, and his hands move from my chin down to the top button of my blouse. Enough of this primping. I want to fuck you 7 shades of Sunday. And we can do it here or in the bedroom. You decide. I love that he's just like, I'm going to do sex to you. You have no say in this, except for where it happens. Oh, dear God. I knew it was unavoidable, too. Why did I think there was hope? Why? I gotta start pre-drinking. Christian's eyes blaze, hot and full of promise, his hair dripping water onto us both. My mouth goes dry. What's it to be, Anastasia? He asks as he holds me in his lap. You're wet, I respond. He bends his head suddenly, running all his dripping hair all down the front of my blouse. I squeal and try to wriggle off him. He tightens his grip around me. Oh, no, you don't, baby. When he raises his head, he's grinning salaciously at me. And I'm Miss Wet Blouse 2011. Somebody thought that line was cute. My top is soaked and totally see-through. I'm wet. Everywhere. Love the view, he murmurs and leans down to run his nose around and around one wet nipple, and I squirm. What is with this guy and running his nose on things? He runs his nose, down her throat, now around her nipples, like... I'm trying not to say he's a predator smelling his food, but that's how it's coming across! Answer me, Anna. Here or the bedroom? Here, I whisper frantically. To hell with the haircut. I'll do it later. He smiles slowly, his lips curling into a sensual smile full of licentious promise. Thesaurus.com. Good choice, Mrs. Gray. He breathes against my lips, and he releases my chin, and his hands move to my knee. It glides smoothly up my leg, lifting my skirt and skating over my skin, making me tingle. His lips trail soft kisses from the base of my ear along my jaw. Oh, what shall I do to you? He whispers. His fingers halt at my stocking tops. I like these, he says. He runs a finger underneath the top and skims around to my inner thigh. I gasp and squirm once more in his lap. He groans low in his throat. If I'm going to fuck you 7 shades of Sunday, I want you to keep still. He's got this serious, immobilizing thing, and it's not just bondage. He likes his fuck toys inanimate and silent. Almost like he's dehumanizing them and making them not people. Make me, I challenge, my voice soft and breathy. Christian inhales sharply. He narrows his eyes and regards me with a hot, hooded expression. Oh, Mrs. Gray, you have only to ask. His hand moves from my stocking tops up to my panties. Let's divest you of these. He tugs gently and I shift to help him. His breathing hisses through his teeth as I do. Keep still, he grumbles. I'm helping, I pout, and he seizes my lower lip gently between his teeth. Still, he growls. He slides my panties down my legs and off, tugging my skirt up so that it's bunched around my hips. He moves both hands to my waist and lifts me. He still has my panties in his hand. Sit, astride me, he orders, staring intently into my eyes. I shift, straddling him and regarding him provocatively. Bring it on, 50. This is supposed to be sexy, and yet it is so incredibly not. Okay, that was going to be a fake yawn. Mrs. Gray, he warns, are you goading me? He gazes at me, amused and aroused. It's a seductive combination. Yes, what are you going to do about it? His eyes light up with salacious delight at my challenge, and I feel his arousal beneath me. Clasp your hands together behind your back. Oh, I comply obediently, and he deftly binds my wrists together with my panties. That would not be very... Okay, one, gross. I'm just going with ew. I don't care if they're fresh panties, ew. And two, it would be really hard to, in any meaningful way, like actually bind somebody's wrist with a pair of panties. My panties? Mr. Gray, you have no shame, I admonish. That's true. Not where you're concerned, Mrs. Gray, but you know that. His look is intense and hot. Putting his hands around my waist, he shifts me so I'm sitting a little further back on his lap. Water still drips down his neck and over his chest. I want to bend forward and lick the drips off, but it's trickier now that I'm restrained. You are in no way restrained. I know this sounds sexy to some people, but it's not. And you are in no way restrained. I can show you the difference if you would like. See, you have a pair of panties loosely wrapped around your wrist that you could easily take off and that don't infringe you from leaning forward. I'm wearing actual handcuffs. Oh, come on, can I shift this? Can I spin it? Come on, can I spin it? Can I spin it? Ow, 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 extremely painful. Ow. Ah, okay, all the way. Ow, 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 ow. Ah, still got it. For anyone doubting that these are tight, let me just say that is all the gap, okay? There's a little bit of a gap, but not much. Because I go hard. Come on. All the way. Ah, there we go. Christian caresses both my thighs and skims his hands down to my knees. Gently, he pushes them further apart and wider, and widens his own legs, holding me in that position. His fingers move to the buttons of my blouse. I don't think we need this, he says. He starts methodically undoing each button and clinging on my clinging wet blouse, his eyes never leaving mine. They get darker and darker as he finishes the task. This has got to be leftover Twilight shit. I don't know how their eyes change color when they need to feed. Only, like, with him, his eyes change color when he's, like, getting sexy. Ow. There. Somebody requested I put them on tighter. There. They're as tight as they go. Okay. See? No gap. Oh, this is the one that's slipping. Okay, I will get up and change these in a minute. I'm going to finish this scene, then I will change these because it's slipping now and it's annoying me. I really broke these, god damn it. I didn't think that I really didn't think I'd actually broken them, okay? In my defense. But I will, let me get to the end, to a place that actually has a pause. This whole chapter is one paragraph, I swear to God. I I swear she just forgot to hit the enter key for like a day and a half. There is no breaks. Look at 6 pages ahead. There's no breaks. Yes, I know. You should be able to put a finger. Well, I currently can't. See? Nope. Nope. Won't go. But I will get them and change these in a minute. We'll get through the sex scene, then I will change them and get some water. Pushing a minor part, taking her blouse off, eyes change color because she's a bad writer. Ugh. My pulse quickens and my breathing shallows. I can't believe it. He's hardly touched me, and I feel this hot, bothered, and ready. I want to squirm. He leaves my damp blouse hanging open, and using both hands, he caresses my face with his fingers, his thumb skimming across my bottom lip. Then suddenly he thrusts his thumb into my mouth. Ew. Suck, he orders in a whisper, stressing the S. I close my mouth around him and do exactly that. Oh, God, I just had the most horrifying thought. Oh! Oh, this just got so much more creepy. Oh, remember the creepy photos he took of her sleeping? She was sucking her thumb in one of the photos. Oh! Oh! For purposes of YouTube, I'm going to say this has some serious cheese pizza vibes. Oh! Ugh! The things I freaking do. I close my mouth around him and do exactly that. Oh, I like this game. This is hurting my soul. He tastes good. What else would I like to suck? Oh. I would like to put that box of wine in my mouth and turn the spigot on and not stop until it's empty. Can I do that? Please? Oh my God. The muscles in my belly clench at the thought. His lips part when I scrape my teeth and bite the soft pad of his thumb. I wish he had said, like, bit his thumb off, but I'll take it. He groans and slowly extracts his wet thumb from my mouth and trails it down my chin, down my throat, and over my sternum. He hooks it into the cup of my bra and yanks the cup down, freeing my breast. Christian's gaze never leaves mine. He's watching each reaction that his touch elicits from me, and I'm watching him. It's hot. Could you be more 2011 than it's hot? Consuming, possessive. I love it. He mirrors his actions with his other hand so that both my breasts are free. Cupping them gently, he skims each thumb over a nipple, circling slowly, teasing and taunting each one so that they harden and distend beneath his skillful touch. I really try not to move, but my nipples are hot-wired to my groin, so I moan and throw my head back, closing my eyes and shuddering to the sweet, sweet torture. Okay, what is wrong with her that, like, this very small amount of stimulation has her, like, halfway to orgasm territory? Like, I know she's naive and inexperienced, and so yes, she's going to be very, very reactive still, but this is too much. Shh. Christian's soothing voice is at odds with the teasing, ever even-tempoed rhythm of his wicked fingers. Still, baby, still. You know he's fucked unconscious women. He's absolutely fucked unconscious women. 100%. Releasing one breast, he reaches up behind me and splays his hand around the nape of my neck. Leaning forward, he takes my now bereft nipple in his mouth and sucks hard, his wet hair tickling me. At the same time, his thumb stops skimming across my other elongated nipple. Instead, he takes it between his thumb and forefinger and twists and tugs gently. I'm going to be sick. Okay, if she mentions that again, I'm skipping, and I reserve the right to run and vomit. Ugh. Christian. Again, the pain sound, because she only knows how to write AH. I groan and buck forward on his lap. He doesn't stop. He continues the slow, leisurely, agonizing tease, and my body is burning as the pleasure takes a darker turn. There's a darker turn. Christian, please, I whimper. He hums low in his chest. I want you to come like this. My nipple gets a brief respite as his words caress my skin, and it's like he's calling to a deep, dark part of my psyche that only he knows, because he's been programming you since you met. He put it there. That's why he knows. When he resumes with his teeth this time, the pleasure is almost intolerable. Moaning loudly, I writhe on his lap, trying to find some precious friction against his pants. Oh, ew. I pull uselessly against my restraining panties, itching to touch him, but I'm lost in this treacherous sensation. Girl, are you telling me you can't get your wrist free from a pair of panties? Because you might be too pathetic to exist. Come on! It's a freaking pair of panties! Please, I whisper, pleading, and pleasure flies through my body from my neck right down to my legs, to my toes, tightening all in its wake. You have such beautiful breasts, Anna, he croons. One day I'll fuck them. I'm actually really surprised he hasn't done that yet. What the hell does that mean? Opening my eyes, I gape down at him as he suckles me. She doesn't know what that is, really? Really? We're going back to that? I was really hoping that the too naive to exist thing was going to be dropped now, because it's like they're married, they've done a lot of things, she's learned. But no. She still has to be too naive to exist. He's like, do you even really need an explanation for what that is? My skin singing under his touch. I no longer feel my sodden blouse, his wet hair, nothing except the burn, and it burns deliciously hot and low, deep inside me, and all thought evaporates as my body tightens and clenches, ready, reaching, pining for release, and he doesn't stop, teasing, pulling, driving me wild. I want. Let go, he breathes, and I do. Loudly, my orgasm convulsing through my body, and he stops his sweet torture and wraps his arms around me, clutching me to him as my body spirals down from my climax. When I open my eyes, he's gazing down at me, where I rest against his chest. God, I love to watch you come, Anna. Still spelling come wrong, by the way. His voice full of wonder. Words fail me. I know. He leans forward and kisses me, his hands still at the nape of my neck, holding me just so, angling my head so he can kiss me deeply, with love, with reverence, because we need to be reminded that they're supposed to be in love. I'm lost in his kiss. He pulls away to draw breath, his eyes the color of a tropical storm. Now I'm going to fuck you. Hard, he murmurs. Okay, I'm standing up and switching the cups before we get into that, because I need a second. My stomach is literally roiling from that shit. So, these, I believe, are officially retired. We broke them. The book club now has a casualty count that includes my official 50 Shades handcuffs. That, by the way, I had never used before book club, and I think I wore them, 4 or 5 times? And they broke? I'm just saying, I don't recommend them. Oh, now it wouldn't even go. They're so busted. All right, I'm going to grab another pair. I'll be 2 seconds. talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Extinct animals that should stay that way. Go. What? Your puppy, what? Oh, of course I forgot I have all this crap. Damn it. Okay, please be near the top. These'll do. We may be getting very lucky here. Okay, we may be getting lucky here because I found some other 50 Shades stuff that I never opened. That was sent to me by the same person. And you know what I should have done last week when that guy was in here trolling and was like treating me like a hooker and trying to say like, what would you do for $100 and clearly looking for a certain answer? You know what I should have done? Catch my breath. Okay. I had to move some heavy shit. But what I should have done to Troll Guy was pull this out. Because this is a bra of mine that has been modified. It had a hole in it already, so that's why I was okay modifying it because I didn't want to ruin a nice one. But you see these little studs here? That's because on the inside of this bra are these spikes. Longtime friend had me make this so that I could wear it for him and for other reasons, but these are the same. These are almost the same spikes as my whip, except these are a little sharper. They don't like dig in or cause puncture marks, or well, they do cause puncture marks, but they don't like dig in to the point of bleeding, is what I'm saying. They do leave decent marks if it's worn for a few hours. So I should have said this. But now I know. Now I have an answer that I will go in the bathroom and I will put this on. No, I won't do it on stream because YouTube doesn't like nudity. If you find a site that does, let me know. Oh, and there's a ring stuck to it. Because of course there is. Because this is why we can't have nice things. Okay, so let's see. I do have backup handcuffs, but I found these. So let's see what's in this. I've never opened this. This is the 50 Shades Submit to Me Beginner Bondage Kit. That, as you can see, is covered in freaking dust because it's been in a box forever. But there might be handcuffs in here. Oh, I think there's an actual box. Hey, not bad. Again, this is super old. Wow, does it smell? Oh, wow. That has some factory smell to it. I think it's like this. Oh, okay. So yeah, see? It's official. And inside we have some things. Wow, all this stuff has that like new car chemical smell. Okay, we have this paddle. Let's see. Not bad. Not bad. fake leather on one side, a little padded on the other. Not bad. But let's see if we have what we're looking for here. We've got a blindfold. Oh, is this a tie? No, damn, I thought it was a better tie. No, there's a pile of silk bondage ties. That's what I heard. Oh, it's supposed to look like the gray tie, but it's not actually a tie. Damn it. I thought we found new handcuffs. All right, so that didn't help. But there's another one. I don't know if it's just two the same. No, this is different. This looks like a bed setup, but we'll see. The official Pleasure Collection. Hard Limits Restraint Kit. Again, didn't buy these. Somebody bought them for me. Never used them. Oh, that's really stiff. Nah, it's just cuffs and straps and one of those ridiculous eye masks. But it says 50 Shades on the cuffs. Oh, they still have all that new smell in them. Wow. Yeah, so it says 50 Shades and it's just got the straps to put under the bed to do a 4-point tie, which, yeah, I've got about a dozen of these sets. Unfortunately, I have a platform bed. No, I really do want to get rid of it because it's broken anyway and get a day bed again. Partially for the bondage options, actually. Because I wasn't thinking of that when I bought the bed I currently have, and I should have been. Alright, so it looks like we're stuck with these. And take the fur off. These are insanely cheap. As in, I can bend the middle with my hands, but... Alright. There's the keys in case I need them. So these I should be able to put proper tight. If I can actually lock them. Okay, here. That is as tight as they will go. Ah! Okay, that's excruciatingly painful, so we're going to have to loosen that in a little bit, but take it for a few minutes. Come on. Oh, helps if you're not pressing the button while you put them on. That helps. Okay, yeah. See, now you can tell they're absolutely crushing my wrist. Especially this one. So, yeah, we're going to just pop that a little bit because that's a little too tight. I don't mind circulation being cut off for a few minutes, but not for a few hours. Okay, now we're all set. These are actually much lighter, which is nice. Okay, we are focused. We are professional. Well, not at all, but a girl can dream. And we are behind. I'm trying to remember, where did we start so I can see how far... Oh, we're not actually that far behind. I'm kind of impressed with myself tonight. I'm getting better at keeping time. I really am. Oh, hello, kitty kitty. Damn it, he's going to come rub on my legs and want to be petted, and I can't pet him with the cuffs on because I can't reach him. He was so cuddly in bed last night. He was all snuggled, pretending he wasn't a big sucky kitty and he wasn't making that sound. I don't think he'll ever admit that he's the one purring. Like, he still won't look at me while I pet him. It's like it doesn't count as being sucky if he doesn't look at me while he's getting loved on. He's a very proud kitty. Never been exactly sure why, but he's very proud. Holy cow. Grabbing me around the waist, he lifts me from his thighs down to the edge of his knees and reaches with his right hand for the button on the waistband of his navy pants. He runs the fingers of his left hand up and down my thigh, stopping at my stocking tops each time. He's watching me intently. We're face to face, and I'm helpless, trussed up in my bra and by my panties, and this has to be one of the most intimate times we've had. Really? 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 Me sitting on his lap, staring into his beautiful gray eyes. It makes me feel wanton and also so connected to him. Yes, you're so very connected when he's physically stopping you from touching him in any way or participating in the sex that he's doing to you. Do not tell me that she feels connected in a scene where she's literally, again, being used as a fuck doll. Yes, Kitty, I know. I'm not embarrassed or shy. This is Christian, my husband, my lover, my overbearing megalomaniac, my 50. The love of my life. Should have had like 3 fewer words. He reaches for his zipper and my mouth goes dry as his erection springs free. Now I have the boing sound effect in my head. He smirks. You like? He whispers. I'm sorry, guys, but way to tell me you are a fucking secure male if you gotta ask me if I like your penis. Never ever do that. Oh, is she gonna go down? If she goes down, I reserve the right to vomit a lot. I murmur appreciatively. He wraps his hand around himself and moves it up and down. Oh my. That was not worth the effort. I gaze up at him through my lashes. Fuck, he's so sexy. You're biting your lip, Mrs. Gray. That's because I'm hungry. Hungry. His mouth opens in surprise and his eyes widen a fraction. She's gonna go down. I'm gonna puke. I agree and lick my lips. He gives me his enigmatic smile and bites his lower lip as he continues to stroke himself. Why is the sight of my husband pleasuring himself such a turn on? I have no idea. I see. You should have eaten your dinner. His tone is mocking and censorious at once. But maybe I can oblige. Really gonna puke. If she kneels and he does like a baby bird thing, I'm really, really, really gonna puke. He puts his hands on my waist. Stand, he says softly, and I know what he's going to do. I get to my feet, my legs no longer shaking. Kneel. Yeah, he's gonna jerk off on her face or something. Oh, can I die now? Please. Somebody make it stop. I do as I'm told and kneel down on the cool tiled floor. I'm having a drink. I'm having a drink. I'm having a drink. Shut up. Anybody who wants to judge me right now, shut up. Okay. Okay, that was a lot. I'm okay. Ow! Oh! Ow, that just moved and it really hurts. Okay. I can handle this. He slides forward on the seat of the chair. Kiss me, he utters, holding his erection. I glance up at him and he runs his tongue over his top teeth. It's arousing, very arousing, to see his desire. His naked desire for me and my mouth. Well, he's definitely desiring one of those things. Leaning forward, my eyes on his, I kiss the tip of his erection. I watch him inhale sharply and clench his teeth. Christian cups the side of my head. He grabs her hair and starts pumping her head. I quit. And I run my tongue over the tip, tasting the small bead of dew on the end. Me tastes good. My mouth drops open further, and he gasps, and I pounce, pulling him into my mouth and sucking hard. Ah, the air hisses through his teeth, and he flexes his hips forward, thrusting into my mouth, but I don't stop. Sheathing my lips behind my teeth behind my lips, I push down and then pull up on him. He moves both hands so that he fully cups my head, burying his fingers into my hair. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. Never, ever, 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 ever do this. And slowly eases himself in and out of my mouth. His breathing quickening, growing harsher. I twirl my tongue around the tip and push down again in perfect counterpoint to him. Jesus, Anna. He sighs and screws his eyes tightly shut. He's lost and it's heady. His response to me. Me. And very slowly I draw my lips back so it's just my teeth. I think she's going a little too far here because that sounds like it could do damage. I mean, I wouldn't exactly know, but gentlemen in the chat, yes or no on the teeth? This is sexy and a good idea, or nope, danger. Help a girl out. Ah, Christian stops moving. Leaning forward, he grabs me and pulls me onto his lap. Enough, he growls. Thank God. Reaching behind me, he frees my hands with one tug on my panties. Yeah, see how easy it would have been to get out of those? You see? I flex my wrists and stare from under my lashes into his scorching eyes that gaze back at me with love and longing and lust. And I realize it's me that wants to fuck him 7 shades of Sunday. I want him badly. I want to watch him come apart beneath me. I grab his erection and scoot over to him, placing my other hand on his shoulders. Very gently and slowly, I ease myself onto him. He makes a guttural, feral noise deep in his throat and, reaching up, pulls off my blouse, letting it fall to the floor. His hands move to my hips. Still, he rasps, his hands digging into my flesh. Please, let me saber this. Saber you. Yeah, it's not because he's a total control freak and just doesn't want her to move at all. That's not why. I stop. Oh my. He feels so good inside me. He caresses my face, his eyes wide and wild, his lips parted as he breathes. He flexes beneath me and I moan, closing my eyes. This is my favorite place, he whispers. Inside you. Inside of my wife. I'm sorry, but there's something so juvenile about that, I can't. Oh, fuck, Christian. I cannot hold back. My fingers glide into his wet hair and my lips seek his, and I start to move. Up and down on my toes, savoring him, savoring me. He groans loudly and his hands are in my hair and around my back. His tongue invades my mouth greedily, taking all that I willingly give. After our argument today, my frustration with him, his with me, we still have this. So we hate each other and we fight all the time, but damn, we're good in bed. We will always have this. I love him so much. It's almost overwhelming. His hands move to my backside and he controls me, moving me up and down again and again at his pace. His hot, slick tempo. Is the phrase "he controls me" like just that's what the book should have been called instead of 50 Shades of Grey? It should have been just been Christian Grey controls me. That's what they should have been called. Might not have been as popular then. Ah, I groan helplessly into his mouth as I'm carried away. Yes, yes, Anna, he hisses, and I rain kisses on his face and his chin, his jaw, his neck. Baby, he breathes, capturing my mouth once more. Oh, Christian, I love you. I will always love you. I'm breathless, wanting him to know, wanting him to be sure of me after our battle of wills today. I'm not really. I mean, she made a kind of reasonable effort to stand up to him, but kind of like as a token show of force. He moans loudly and wraps his arms around me tightly as he climaxes with a mournful sob, and it's enough. Enough to push me over the brink once more. I clutch my arms around his head and let go, and I come around him, tears springing to my eyes because I love him so. Oh my god. No. No, 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 no. Ugh. Can't feel my thumb on this hand, by the way. Yeah, there's no way I could spin these with how tight they are. No way. Hey, he whispers, tipping my chin back and gazing at me with quiet concern. Why are you crying? Did I hurt you? No, I mutter reassuringly. He smooths my hair off my face and wipes away a lone tear with his thumb, and tenderly kisses my lips. He's still inside me. He shifts and I wince as he pulls out of me. What's wrong, Anna? Tell me. I sniff. It's just, it's just sometimes I'm overwhelmed by how much I love you. I whisper. This is the most teenage dialogue ever. After a beat, he smiles his special shy smile, reserved for me, I think. You have the same effect on me, he whispers, and kisses me once more. I smile, and inside my joy unfurls and stretches lazily. Do I? He smirks. You know you do. Sometimes I know. Not all the time. Hack at you, Mrs. Gray. I grin and gently place feather-like kisses over his chest. I nuzzle his chest hair. Christian caresses my hair and runs a hand down my back. He unclasps my bra and pulls the straps down one arm. I shift and he tugs the strap down the other arm and drops my bra on the floor. Skin on skin, he murmurs appreciatively and folds me in his arms again. He kisses my shoulder and runs his nose up to my ear. You smell like heaven, Mrs. Gray. So do you, Mr. Gray. I nuzzle him again and inhale his Christian smell, now mixed with the heady scent of sex. I could stay wrapped in his arms like this, sated and happy forever. It's just what I need after a full day of back to work, arguing and bitch slapping. This is where I want to be. And in spite of his control freak, in spite of his control freakery, his megalomania, this is where I belong. Christian buries his nose in my hair and inhales deeply. I let out a contented sigh and feel his smile as we sit, arms clasped around each other, saying nothing. Eventually, reality intrudes. It's late, Christian says, his fingers methodically stroking my back. Your hair still needs cutting. He chuckles. That it does, Mrs. Gray. Do you have the energy to finish the job you started? For you, Mr. Gray, anything. I kiss his chest once more and reluctantly stand. Don't go. Grabbing my hips, he turns me around. He straightens and then undoes my skirt, letting it drop to the floor. Oh, God, if they go again. Holding his hand out to me, I take it and step out of my skirt. Now I am dressed solely in stockings and my garter belt. You're a mighty fine sight, Mrs. Gray. He sits back in the chair and crosses his arms, giving me a full and frank appraisal. I hold out my hands and twirl for him. Ew! God, I'm a lucky son of a bitch, he says admiringly. Yep, yep, yes you are. Yes, you very much are. No, the $1 billion has something to do with it. Yes, you are, he grins. I put my shirt on and you can cut my hair like this. You'll distract me and we'll... Like this, you'll distract me and we'll never get to bed. I can't help my answering smile, knowing that he's watching my every move. I sashay over to where I left my shoes and his shirt. Bending slowly, I reach down and pick up his shirt, smell it, and then shrug it on. Stop smelling things. Christian's eyes are round. He's redone his fly and is watching me intently. That's quite a floor show, Mrs. Gray. Do we have any scissors? I ask innocently, batting my eyelashes. My study, he croaks. I'll go search. Leaving him, I walk into our bedroom and grab my comb from the dressing table before heading to his study. As I enter the main corridor, I notice the door to Taylor's office is open. Mrs. Jones is standing just behind the door. I stop, rooted to the spot. Yeah, I was just gonna say, you have several, like, live-in staff and you're walking around naked? Really? Then he leans down and kisses... Wait a minute. Taylor is running his fingers down her face and smiling sweetly at her. Then he leans down and kisses her. Holy shit, Taylor and Mrs. Jones? I gape in astonishment. I mean, I thought, well, I kind of suspected, but obviously they are together. When did we suspect this? This is completely out of nowhere. Like, we've barely seen either of these characters, but it was never hinted at that they were a couple. I flush, feeling like a voyeur, and manage to get my feet to move. I scamper across the great room into Christian's study. Switching on the light, I walk to his desk. Taylor and Mrs. Jones. Wow, I'm reeling. I always thought Mrs. Jones was older than Taylor. Oh, I have to get my head around this. I open the top drawer and am immediately distracted when I find a gun. Christian has a gun. You know, would you really be surprised if he had, like, several illegal guns? Because we also point out this is Stalker Girl's gun that he took off her. Which, on the one hand, like, he didn't want her to pick up a gun charge because that would be, like, serious trouble he probably couldn't get her out of so easily. But on the other hand, he now has, I'm going to venture to say, well, it's not registered to him, so an unregistered, probably unlicensed, probably illegal gun that is just casually sitting in this desk drawer because that's where you keep a gun. And don't come at me with it's America. A revolver. Holy fuck. I had no idea Christian owned a gun. I take it out and slip the release and check the cylinder. Why are you touching it? Why are you touching it? You stupid, stupid girl. It's fully loaded, but light. Too light. Must be carbon fiber. What does Christian want with a gun? Okay, maybe this isn't Ghost Girl's gun because that's an expensive gun. Carbon fiber? That's really expensive. Jeez, I hope he knows how to use it. Ray's perpetual warnings about handguns run through my mind. His army training never lost. These will kill you, Anna, and you need to know what you're doing when you're handling a firearm. I put the gun back and find the scissors, retrieving them quickly. I bolt back to Christian, my head buzzing. Taylor and Mrs. Jones, the revolver. At the entrance to the great room, I run into Taylor. Mrs. Gray, excuse me. His face reddens as he quickly takes in my attire. Yeah, girl, put some clothes on! Taylor, hi, I'm cutting Christian's hair. I blurt out, embarrassed. Taylor's as mortified as I am. He opens his mouth to say something and then closes it quickly and stands aside. After you, ma'am, he says formally. I think I'm the color of my old Audi, the submissive special. When I could this be more embarrassing? Yes, but also it didn't have to be because you knew that there were people here. Thank you, I mutter and dash down the hall. Crap, will I ever get used to the fact that we're not alone? I dash into the bathroom, breathless. What's wrong? Christian's standing in front of the mirror, holding my shoes. All of my scattered clothes now neatly piled beside the sink. I just ran into Taylor. Oh. Christian frowns. Dressed like that? Oh shit. That's not Taylor's fault. Christian's frown deepens. No, but still. I'm dressed. Barely. I don't know who is more embarrassed, me or him. I try my distraction technique. Did you know he and Gail are, well, together? Christian laughs. Yes, of course I knew. And you never told me? I thought you knew too. No. Hannah, they're adults. They live under the same roof. Both unattached, both attractive. So it's just like a fling? It's friends with benefits? It's a booty call? What? And we have confirmation that yes, Mrs. Jones is living like full time. I have to stretch. Ugh. Ugh. Can't stretch. Ugh. I need to rub my neck. Ah, okay, good. That's what I needed. Cords. Puppy must be on the couch. Hello, Gonzo Low CM 778. I am missing the thing. But hello to you. Nice to see you here. Can you send me a YouTube video that is not spam, you promise? I don't know how. I don't know much about Twitch. So if you can, I guess, direct message it to me on Twitch. I will take a look at some point. However, if it is spam or if it is something self-promotion, I will not show it. How many pages do we have left in this chapter, by the way? I just want to see. Oh, it looks like not that many. If I can... Okay, thumbing these pages is more difficult than I thought. Okay, don't try to spread. Don't do that. Ugh. Okay. I don't know what that means. We're using handcuffs because somebody sponsored them. Because I have a tip link at the top, and for certain amounts I will do certain things, one of which is wear handcuffs for the chapter, and somebody sponsored for the first chapter, so handcuffs are on. We also, for $10, we have drawing a random duck and adding it to our stage, which is over my right shoulder, where we have our current 3 ducks, but there are many more ducks to be drawn. And if you sponsor a duck, you get to name it. I flush, feeling foolish for not having noticed. Well, if you put it like that, I just thought Gail was older than Taylor. She is, but not by much. He gazes at me, perplexed. Some men like older women. He stops abruptly and his eyes widen. I scowl at him. I know that. I snap. Christian looks contrite. He smiles fondly at me. Yes, my distraction technique was very successful. What the hell is he doing saying that to her? Like, come on, you notice how she feels about Mrs. Robinson? That's not funny. My subconscious rolls her eyes at me, but at what cost? Now the unmentionable Mrs. Robinson is looming over it. See? Don't bring up her. That reminds me, he says brightly. What? I mutter petulantly. Grabbing the chair, I turn it to face the mirror above the sink. Sit, I order. Christian regards me with indulgent amusement, but does as he's told and sits back down in the chair. I start to comb through his now merely damp hair. I was thinking we could convert the rooms over the garages for them at the new place, Christian continues. Make it a home. Then maybe Taylor's daughter could stay with him more often. He watches me carefully in the mirror. Why doesn't she stay here? Taylor's never asked me. Perhaps you should offer, but we'd have to behave ourselves. Christian's brows furrow. I hadn't thought of that. Perhaps that's why Taylor hasn't asked. Have you met her? Yes, she's a sweet thing. Shy. Very pretty. I pay for her schooling. See, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew salary wasn't enough. Christian is, okay, there is an episode of Law & Order SVU. I know I've referenced him in that show before, but there is one particular episode that I am now desperately trying to remember what it is called. It's in season 1 near the end. I believe that it is called Russian Love Poem. And it features the person who is dead is revealed to have been, even though he was married, he had constant multiple affairs with men, women, groups, didn't matter. Very kinky, and would find like normal people, normal, not kinky, not even like gay people, and get them to do very kinky, like sex things. And as the detectives are interviewing all of his various partners trying to figure out who killed this person, what they uncover is that he has something on everybody that he was sleeping with, and everyone that he did really kinky stuff with, is he did something for them to get them to A, do it, and B, keep their mouth shut, like pay for cars, pay for schools, pay for tuition, pay mortgages, so stuff like that. So I always suspected that like Christian Grey is like that as well, and now we have confirmation that Taylor doesn't just work for him, he also pays the daughter's tuition and probably a few other little things. So there's Mrs. Jones will have a similar thing. So that checks that box as to why his staff A, puts up with him, because the salary is just not enough. Oh, thank you, the person who gave me a Twitch follow. Typing in handcuffs is hard. Trying not to click the wrong thing. So now we know this is the extra. This is why people put up with him and are willing to bend, more than bend, ignore that laws exist, because they probably have something in their contract that says if I get in legal trouble for something I did for you, you have to like pay the consequences and pay the legal bills, would be my guess. Oh, I stop combing and stare at him in the mirror. I had no idea. He shrugs. Seemed the least I could do. Also, it means he won't quit. See? He knows. I'm sure he likes working for you. Christian stares blankly and then shrugs. I don't know. I think he's very fond of you, Christian. I resume combing and glance at him. His eyes don't leave mine. You think? Yes, I do. He snorts a dismissive yet content sound, as if he's secretly pleased that his staff may like him. Okay, this is not at all surprising that he thinks this way. That, like, no, if I want someone to be loyal to me, I have to buy their loyalty. And that also he is controlling with his staff to the point of, well, I pay for his daughter's schooling, therefore he will never quit. Which is probably true. It's also manipulative as hell and, like, evil on a kind of level. If you were doing it out of altruism, I wouldn't think it's evil, but this is evil because it's to keep Taylor as his slave, basically. And then he doesn't care, like, if Taylor likes him at all, which I kind of understand, but also, like, ew. And no wonder he treats his staff so horribly. But this also explains why they put up with him. Good. Will you talk to Gia about the rooms over the garage? Yes, of course. I don't feel the same irritation I did before at the mention of her name. My subconscious nods sagely at me. Yes, we done good today. My inner goddess gloats. How she'll leave my husband alone and not make him uncomfortable. Okay, again, unless you want to constantly be telling other hoes to keep their hands off your husband, you need to teach him how to say that. Because if he's relying on you to keep the other bimbos away, that's not going to work. And kind of implies that he has no self-control whatsoever and would bang them if you didn't prevent it. Which is also not a good way to be. I'm ready to cut Christian's hair. That's only taken like 20 goddamn pages. Get on with it. You sure about this? Your last chance to bail. Do your worst, Mrs. Gray. I don't have to look at me, you do. I grin. Christian, I could look at you all day. He shakes his head, exasperated. It's just a pretty face, baby. And behind it is a very pretty man. I kiss his temple. My man. Ugh. He grins shyly. Lifting the first lock, I comb it upwards and snare it between my index and middle fingers. I put the comb in my mouth and take the scissors and make the first snip, cutting an inch off the length. Christian closes his eyes and sits like a statue, sighing contentedly as I continue. Occasionally he opens his eyes and I catch him watching me intently. He doesn't touch me while I work, and I'm grateful. His touch is distracting. 15 minutes later, I'm done. Finished. I'm pleased with the result. He looks as hot as ever. His hair's still floppy and sexy. Just a bit shorter. Christian gazes at himself in the mirror, looking pleasantly surprised. He grins. Great job, Mrs. Gray. He turns his head from side to side and snakes his arms around me. Pulling me to him, he kisses and nuzzles my belly. Thank you, he says. My pleasure. I bend and kiss him briefly. It's late. Bed. He gives me a playful slap. I should clean up in here. There's hair all over the floor. Christian frowns as if the thought would never have occurred to him. Okay, I'll get the broom, he says wryly. I don't want you embarrassing the staff with your lack of appropriate attire. Do you know where the broom is? I ask innocently. This stops Christian in his tracks. No. I laugh. I'll go. Why would she know where the broom is? He's actually lived here for several years. She's lived here for several days. Why would she know where the broom is any more than he would? As I climb into bed and wait for Christian to join me, I reflect on how differently this day could have ended. I was so mad at him earlier, and he with me. How am I going to deal with this running a company nonsense? Oh yeah, there was also that bullshit where he said, I bought the company for you as a wedding gift, and I literally don't care if you run it into the ground with your inexperience. I'll just keep funding it because I'm rich. And also her being shocked that anybody thinks that she is now the editor-in-chief because her husband bought it for her, as opposed to her actually being qualified, being a whole 2 weeks out of college when she got the job. Yeah, how could anybody think that it was nepotism or that she's not worthy under those circumstances, really? Someone is very cute. I have no desire to run my own company. I am not him. I need to head this off at the pass. Perhaps I should have a safe word for when he's being overbearing and domineering. For when he's being an arse. That is not the worst idea, honestly. But we also know he's not going to be put off. She already tried that. She already said, like, are you crazy? Of course I'm not qualified to run a company. To which his answer was literally, if you crash it into the ground, I'll just keep throwing millions at it so you don't fail. Like, that's not success, dude. But we all know he doesn't want her to work anyway, so. I find the thought very appealing. What? He says as he climbs into bed beside me wearing only his pajama pants. Nothing. Just an idea. What idea? He stretches out beside me. Here goes nothing. Christian, I don't think I want to run a company. He props himself on his elbow and gazes down at me. Why do you say that? Because it's not something that has ever appealed to me. You're more than capable, Anastasia. No, she's not. She is decidedly and emphatically not. I like to read books, Christian. Running a company will take me away from that. You could be the creative head. I frown. You see, he continues, running a successful company is all about embracing the talent of the individuals you have at your disposal. If that's where your talents and your interests lie, and you structure the company to enable that. Don't dismiss it out of hand, Anastasia. You're a very capable woman. I think you could do anything you wanted if you put your mind to it, and if you paid for it. Whoa, how can he possibly know I'd be any good at this? He doesn't. He's just either delusional or is setting her up to fail so he can go, oh, see, you should be my stay-at-home wifey 24/7 and not work so that I can have even more control over you and make you stay in our apartment that definitely has hidden cameras. I'm How could he possibly think I'd be any good at this? I'm also worried it'll take up too much of my time. Christian frowns. Time I could devote to you. I deploy my secret weapon. I will say she has learned how to manipulate him pretty good. She's getting better. I mean, not that it's not easy and obvious how to do so, but she's getting better. I know what you're doing, he murmurs, amused. Damn it. What? I feign innocence. You're trying to distract me from the issue at hand. You always do that. Just don't dismiss the idea, Anna. Think about it. That's all I ask. He leans down and kisses me chastely, then skims his thumb down over my cheek. This argument's going to run and run. I smile up at him, and something he said earlier today pops unbidden into my mind. Can I ask you something? My voice is soft and tentative. Of course. Earlier today you said if I was angry with you I should take it out on you in bed. What did you mean? He stills. What did you think I meant? Holy shit, should I just say it? That you wanted me to tie you up? That's not where I got to on that. His eyebrows shoot up in surprise. No, that's not what I meant at all. Oh, I'm surprised by my slight twinge of disappointment. You want to tie me up? He asks, obviously reading my expression correctly. He sounds shocked. I blush. Well, Anna, He stops and something dark crosses his face. Christian, I whisper, alarmed. I move so that I'm lying on my side, propped on my elbow like him. I caress his face. His eyes are large and fearful. He shakes his head sadly. Shit. Christian, stop. It doesn't matter. I thought that's what you meant. Why would you think that's what he meant? That's not what he meant. You'd know this. He takes my hand and places it on his pounding heart. Fuck. What is it? Anna, I don't know how you'd feel about touching. I don't know how I'd feel about you touching me if I were restrained. My scalp prickles. It's like he's confessing something deep and dark. 'Cause he is. This is still too new. His voice is low and raw. Fuck. It was just a question. And I realize he's come a long way, but he still has a long way to go. Oh, 50-50-50. Anxiety grips my heart. I lean over and he freezes, and I plant a soft kiss at the corner of his mouth. Christian, I got the wrong idea. Please don't worry about it. Please don't think about it. I kiss him. He closes his eyes, groans, and reciprocates, pushing me down into the mattress, his hands clasping my chin. And soon we're lost in each other again. End of chapter. We got one more. Thank God that's over and I didn't have to do another sex scene. And because these go by one chapter, we get a little break. Oh, I gotta stretch. Oh, really gotta stretch. Oh. Stretching is so good. How have I only had one glass of wine tonight? That's like a crime. Okay, don't want to overfill. Mm. Not bad. I think the cheaper ones actually, because they're thinner, might leave the marks a little better. I don't know. We'll see. You know, they did something to try and fix the heat around here, and now it's been way too hot. It's -2 outside right now, and I have my balcony door wide open to let some cool in because the heat is up way too high, and I'm wearing the winter weight dress. Because I thought, why would I keep one of the summer weight ones out? Because it's winter and it's cold, so I can pack all my summer clothes into my closet where they're out of the way. I didn't count on the boiler being set to 1,000,000. Excuse me. Okay, wine makes me burp a little bit. Sorry. You know, I might see if I can take those silver ties that we found in the one bondage kit and maybe make some kind of a tie out of it, like a kinky tie. Like I could like weave it or something. Because it's got the belt loops, so I can like secure it that way. I don't know. I'll play around and see what I can do. We'll see if we can get creative or something with it. All right. Now we have something very special tonight because as we were going through the first chapter, somebody really likes these. And they really like seeing me in these. So we are fortunate tonight that, well, so far we have no new ducks. Sad. We do have another round of handcuff time. So these are going back on. I'm going to see if I can line up the marks in the same place. Okay, nice and tight. I reserve the right to loosen one notch if they get too painful because they are on super, super tight, like more than they should be. Folks, don't try this at home. I'm a semi-trained professional. Also, I'm doing it to myself and they have safety releases because I'm not a complete idiot. And as I said, if they start cutting off circulation, I loosen because, again, not an idiot. Willing to have lots of kinky fun, but safety first here. We do practice that. Oh, the sound of a puppy getting a drink. He's so cute. He really is so cute. He's a cuddly little baby. And he snuggles under my breasts every night in bed and gets his belly rubbed and told what a good boy he is while he's wrapped in a blanket. And I promise to protect him from the kitty. And then they wake me up chasing each other and running on top of me at least one night a week. Of course, when they're caught, the cat is always gone in a blur, whereas Bo just sits there and starts literally pouting at me, going, "Don't be mad." Kitty just leaves him holding the bag. All right. Chapter 9. When I wake before the alarm the following morning, Christian is wrapped around me like ivy, his head on my chest, his arm around my waist, and his legs between mine. He's on my side of the bed. It's always the same. If we argue the night before, this is how he ends up, coiled around me, making me hot and bothered. Almost like he's afraid you're going to run, so he's holding on to you in his sleep. Oh, 50. He is so needy on some level. Who would have thought? Anyone with half a brain. The familiar vision of Christian as a dirty, wretched little boy haunts me. What the actual fuck? Gently I stroke his shorter hair. My melancholy recedes. He stirs and his sleepy eyes meet mine. He blinks a couple times as he wakes. Hi, he murmurs and smiles. Hi. I love waking to that smile. He nuzzles my breasts and hums appreciatively deep in his throat. There's a doggy on my leg saying, pick me up. Oh, great. We get to do this again. Come here. Come on. You got to jump up. No, you can't lay there. I can't pet you right now. Come on up, up, up. All right. I'm taking one cup off to pet the dog. Come here. Come on. Up, up. Come on. Up, up. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Good boy. What's the matter? He's weirded out because I picked him up with the cuffs on before and he didn't like it. Okay, come on, you can do it. Yeah, there we go. He just needs a little encouragement. Okay, I won't put those near you. I know he doesn't like these. He really doesn't like these. I think they scare him. Okay, it's okay. I know you don't understand. I know. It's okay. You're okay. Everyone say hi. Love on the puppy. Yes, look at you. Look at you being so good. Yes, you are. You're being so good. Yes, you are. Okay, yeah, you're okay. Yeah, you're okay. You're okay. You totally stink and you need a bath. Yes, you need a bath because you're very stinky. Yes, you. He's going, Mummy, you said a 4-letter word. The only bathing I should do is mud bath. Yeah, that's a proper bath for a puppy, isn't it? Yeah. Squishy cuddle. Okay, come on, I'm gonna put you down as much as I don't want to. Could cuddle on you all night. You're so cute. You're so cute. You're so cute. Oh, I love you. Oh, I love you, baby. Love you. Good little baby. Say bye-bye. 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 I'm a good boy. Look at my belly. Bye-bye. You're so cute. Okay. You behave. Okay? I know we're blessed with dogginess tonight. He's a good boy. There we go. Back on. Itchy. And skimming over the cool satin of my nightgown. What a tempting morsel you are, he mutters. But tempting though you are, he glances at the alarm. I have to get up. He stretches out, untangles himself from me, and rises. I lie back down, put my hands behind my head, and enjoy the show. Christian's stripping for his shower. He is perfect. I wouldn't change a hair on his head. Admiring the view, Mrs. Gray? Christian arches a sardonic brow at me. It's a mighty fine view, Mr. Gray. He grins and throws his pajama pants at me so they almost land on my face, but I catch them in time, giggling like a schoolgirl. With a wicked grin, he pulls the duvet off and puts one knee on the bed, grabs my ankles, and drags me toward him so that my nightdress rides up. I squeal, and he crawls up my body, trailing little kisses on my knee, my thigh, my... Oh, Christian. Oh, so apparently he's going downtown for breakfast. Thank God it cuts away. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Jones greets me. I flush, embarrassed, remembering her tryst with Taylor the night before. You saw them kiss, girl. Taylor saw your ass. Be more, priorities. Good morning, I respond as she hands me a cup of tea. I sit on the bar stool beside my husband, who looks radiant, freshly showered, his hair damp, wearing a crisp white shirt and that silver gray tie. My favorite tie. I have fond memories of that tie. How are you, Mrs. Gray? He asks. His eyes warm. I think you know, Mr. Gray. I gaze up at him through my lashes. I smirk. Eat, he orders. You didn't eat yesterday. Oh, bossy 50. That's because you were being an arse. Mrs. Jones drops something that clatters into the sink, making me jump. Christian seems oblivious to the noise. Ignoring her, he stares at me impassively. Arse or not, eat. His tone is serious. No arguing with him. We're back to the food thing. God, of the things that we could drop, please let it be this. It's never going to stop. I mutter like a petulant teenager. I reach for the Greek yogurt and spoon some onto my cereal. Somebody I know is going to make fun of me because of that line. I didn't know it was there. Okay? Person out there, you know who you are that's going to make fun of me for this? I didn't know! Followed by a handful of blueberries. I glance at Mrs. Jones and she catches my eye. I smile and she responds with a warm smile of her own. You clipped that, Cethale! What exact, do I want to know? I don't know if I want to know. Hey, Cethale, do you think the red duck could be a dragon? Is this possible? There could be a dragon duck in the bag. I don't know. There's I think there's another 20. But we don't know what all of them are. We don't know what all the ones we've drawn are. We're still working on it. We're never going to know what the red duck was intended to be. I could email the manufacturer. They won't know. I promise you. They'll be like, we don't know. We just make it. I smile and she responds with a warm smile of her own. She's provided me with my breakfast of choice, which was introduced to me on our honeymoon. Really? You had to go on a honeymoon to have yogurt, granola, and blueberries? Really? I may have to go to New York later in the week. Christian's announcement interrupts my reverie. Oh? It'll mean an overnight. I want you to come with me. Christian, I won't get the time off. He gives me his, oh really, but I'm the boss stare. I sigh. I know you own the company, but I've been away for 3 weeks. Please, how can you expect me to run the business if I'm never there? Because he doesn't expect you to run it. He expects you to own it and have your name on it and take credit for it, but, pay actual competent people to run it. And he's probably very confused right now going, but I want you with me. Therefore, you will be with me. There is no other option because I'm a selfish toddler who always gets my own way. I'll be fine here. I'm assuming you'll take Taylor. Also, they only have 2 bodyguards for 2 people. That's a recipe for disaster. Take Taylor with you, but Sawyer and Ryan will be here. Okay, they have 3. I'm sorry. Because Christian is grinning at me. What? I snap. Nothing. Just you. I frown. Is he laughing at me? Then a nasty thought pops into my mind. How are you getting to New York? The company jet. Why? I just wanted to check if you were taking Charlie Tango. My voice is quiet and a shiver runs down my spine. I remember the last time he flew his helicopter. His helicopter in which both engines caught on fire and he crashed it into the side of a volcano. And by the way, that was right before their honeymoon, so maybe that was like a month ago. Are you trying to tell me that Charlie Tango has been completely rebuilt and like somebody American help me, they investigate the plane crashes? It's like NTSA. It's like NTSB? Is it NTSB? National Transportation Safety Board? Am I right? Thank you, Sadell. Yes. Wow, I actually got that freaking right. No way. Oh, I'm so proud of myself. Also, thank you so much. Aw, maybe the little red ducky doesn't know. Maybe he's still working it out. Thank you so much. You are the best. But yeah, are we really thinking that after, like, because they know it was sabotage, they know it was arson. Somebody tried to kill Christian Grey, which, by the way, nobody has said out loud or acknowledged. That, hey, somebody tried to kill you. Want to take that a little more seriously? But no, I don't think the helicopter is fully, like, restored and cleared and, like, the investigations are over and he's good to go flying it. Because, like, after a crash, isn't your pilot's license automatically under review anyway? I know he's rich and he can, like, get stuff moved along, but still. I don't think a month is enough time. And also, could you even, like, rebuild the helicopter? Wouldn't it be, like, probably cheaper and a lot safer and faster just to buy a new one? I mean, it said both engines blew up / caught on fire, and then he crashed it. So, like, how much would even be left that was salvageable? I wouldn't fly to New York in Charlie Tango. She doesn't have that kind of range. Besides, she won't be back from the engineers for another 2 weeks. See? I knew it wouldn't be. I still say 6 weeks is short, but at least it's some kind of acknowledgement. Thanks heavens. My smile is partially from relief and also the knowledge that the demise of Charlie Tango has occupied a great deal of Christian's thoughts and time over the last few weeks. And by the way, wouldn't you be like having bomb dogs like sniff around the company jet at this point? I'd like to put out there that the NTSB has no regulatory power. They can investigate and make recommendations for safety improvements, but none of these have to be followed. What? Why? Well, no regulatory power, I think, means they can't, like, make laws, right? Like, they're not legislative. But what do you mean they can't be, like, what if they find out, say, and I'm picking a random, okay, what if random plane manufacturer A is found to be cutting corners when it comes to the, I'm going to say, quality of the material that they're using on some part of a plane, and that is making that model of plane, which they're selling and is on the market and is flying thousands of people a day, unsafe, and they find that out, there's nothing they can do? Because I've heard of bangless agencies, but I didn't think they would be one of them. Ugh, ow, I can't even scratch my arm. Ow! God, if these were behind my back, I'd absolutely dislocate my shoulder. Like, this is why I can never get arrested. My PTSD would cause me to break my wrists. It really would. I'd be absolutely going buck wild. And, you know, when I get in that place, it really doesn't matter how much pain I'm in. I won't stop. Itchy, itchy, itchy. I also point out there is no mention of the NTSB being involved in this, by the way. Well, I'm glad she's nearly fixed, but I stop. Can I tell how nervous? Can I tell him how nervous I'll be the first time he flies? What? He asks as he finishes his omelet. I shrug. Anna, he says, more sternly, I just, the last time you flew in her, I thought, we thought, you'd. I can't finish the sentence, and Christian's expression softens. Hey, he caresses my face with the backs of his knuckles. That was sabotage. A dark expression crosses his face, and for a moment I wonder if he knows who's responsible. I couldn't bear to lose you, I murmur. 5 people have been fired because of that, Anna. It won't happen again. 5? He nods, his face serious. Holy crap. That reminds me. There's a gun in your desk. Yeah, way to just blurt this out so casually. And how did you, go to sleep and then leave this until the next morning oh, by the way, I found a fully loaded revolver in your desk. That is not a wait till tomorrow conversation. Why am I having hiccups? Because I really don't need them right now. Ow! You have to forward it to the FAA or whatever actual government agency has regulatory prowess over the incident if laws are broke. Weird. Okay, are the hiccups going to stop? I hope so. Excuse me. Usually if you can burp really good once, hiccups will stop because that's all they are is trapped air, and then it causes the diaphragm to spasm, and then it doesn't stop. They also say that's why the spoonful of sugar thing works, which I've actually tried and it didn't work. But usually if I can chug a very large glass of water, that will usually work. I'm curious who the 5 people are, though. He nods, his face serious. Holy crap, that reminds me there's a gun in your desk. He frowns at my non sequitur and probably my accusatory tone, though I don't mean it that way. It's Layla's, he says finally. It's fully loaded. How do you know? His frown deepens. I checked it yesterday. He scowls at me. I don't want you messing with guns. I hope you put the safety back on. I blink at him, momentarily stupefied. Christian, there's no safety on that revolver. Don't you know anything about guns? Okay, I was about to say there's no safety on most revolvers. I don't think it's all. I think 1 or 2 of them do have a safety, but typically revolvers don't have a safety. Even I know that, and I know less than nothing about guns. And also, Layla had a really expensive gun, which I'm kind of sus at. His eyes widen. No. Then why do you have it? Also, you have 3 bodyguards, all of whom I'm guessing are former special forces. Taylor is for sure. Why doesn't he have the gun? Because I'd much rather Taylor has the gun than Christian Grey. Taylor coughs discreetly from the entrance. Christian nods at him. We have to go, Christian says. He stands distracted and slips on his gray jacket. Some revolvers do, most of them. The hammer acts as a safety. Don't pull the hammer back. Gun no go, boom. Thank you, Seth Hale. Yes. There is an actual episode of Law and Order in which a young child, like a 10-year-old, him and a friend are playing with a gun, and of course one of them shoots the other, and the kid claims he didn't know that you had to cock the hammer back for it to fire, but it was the type of revolver that as you pull the trigger, the hammer will automatically cock back. And so it becomes a question of like, did the kid really not know, or is he lying? Because he would have seen the hammer cocking itself back and known that the gun was going to fire. He has Layla's gun. I'm stunned by this news and briefly wonder what happened to her. Is she still in, where is it? East somewhere? New Hampshire? I can't remember. Good morning, Taylor, Christian says. Good morning, Mr. Gray. Mrs. Gray. He nods at us, but he's careful not to look me in the eye. I'm grateful recalling my straight-up undress when we bumped into each other last night. I'm just going to brush my teeth, I mutter. Christian always brushes his teeth before breakfast. I don't understand why. There's a weird, thing to make a point of. A double action revolver, those will normally, it's more modern, have a safety. Okay. So yeah, like an older revolver, which is most of them, wouldn't, but some of them do. Yeah, because I think it just depends. Like, guns I know are pretty customizable. You can pretty much get what you want if you're willing to spend the money on it. Important to drink water when drinking. Important not to spill when using handcuffs. I'm getting better. I still have water on my nose. But not that bad. And I didn't get that much makeup on my hands. Ooh, can't feel the back of my hands. Ooh, not sure what's... Wow. Did I do something to my skin? I'm getting like a serious red patch there. See? You can't see it because of the shadow. Like right here. Also, I'm realizing I totally can't feel the back of my hand. Oh, left hand I can't feel. Right hand I can kind of feel. I can type words. Really, I can. No, I can't. Again, him having the gun is a bad idea. And leaving a gun just sitting in your desk drawer, like, irresponsible much. And I know it's being set up. It's, it's a plot point. It's the literal Chekhov's gun. I know I should loosen them. I swear sometimes I really am a masochist, even though I will never admit that. But yeah, I am going to loosen them one because I can't go another 2 hours or hour and a half with them. Oh. Okay, that was really embedded in my skin, which is a little too much. I'm only loosening them with 1 tick. So they're still incredibly tight. As you can see, there's barely a little bit of kind of space. But, ow. Oh, those are really in there. Okay, that's better. That should get some circulation going again. No, I am definitely a sadist. That is 100%. I don't know. I'm kind of I don't know. I think I have like 1 or 2 things I could maybe be called a masochist with. You know what it is? I'm not a masochist. I'm stubborn is what it is. That's what it is. Like, this is why when me and my cousin put our arms in a sink full of ice water with literal chunks of ice in it as one of those stupid kid things to see who can last longer. Not only did I beat her, when she then challenged me to see how long I could leave my arm in, I left it in for about 15 minutes till my aunt caught us and then lost her freaking mind. We were too little to know what frostbite is, okay? We didn't understand that this was dangerous. And we were left unsupervised. She made very sure we understood how dangerous it was after that. She told my mom, which is something my aunt, like, never did. She never told your mom. That time, she told my mom. You should ask Taylor to teach you how to shoot, I say as we travel down in the elevator. Christian gazes down at me amused. Should I now? He says dryly. Well, dude, if you don't even know that it doesn't have a safety and you don't know how to shoot a gun, why are you keeping it? Like, if you just wanted to keep it so Layla wouldn't get in trouble for it, fine, you did that. Now get rid. Excuse you? What am I being called out for not being Canadian enough? Oh, what? That my aunt made me pull my arm out of frozen water after like 15 minutes or 20 minutes? Yeah, so that was my aunt's face when we got caught. That was the face. I might be Canadian, I'm not a member of the Polar Bear Club. Though if there was one locally, I would so do that just for fun. Just probably not like every year, but just once just to say I did it. Totally. Anastasia, I despise guns. My mom has patched up too many victims of gun crime, and my dad is vehemently anti-gun. I grew up with their ethos. I support at least 2 gun control initiatives here in Washington. Oh, does Taylor carry a gun? This is going to be yes, because he's the guy who doesn't want to carry the gun. Christian's mouth thins. Sometimes. That's yes, and all the time. Right? So I've heard about this too, the cryo freezing thing. Yeah, there's like several celebrities that are known to do it, mostly like athletes. I know like some major stadiums have put in like cryonics chambers because supposedly it is really good for healing and for like dealing with like muscle strain after like playing a major league game. So yeah, I've seen some mention of it. The Try Guys did a video of it forever ago, but that was just like to try it out, not to like see if it has actual benefits. But it kind of goes in line with like, you know, gymnasts and martial artists, and certainly ask Keanu Reeves from filming the Matrix movies. Like Carrie Ann Moss said, like, because she didn't really do anything too martial arts heavy until the second one. So she saw Keanu Reeves one night after he'd filmed like a major action scene that day, sitting in a tub of just ice, just freezing his body from like the neck down. And apparently he said something to her like, you just wait, you'll see. And yeah, certainly having grown up in gymnastics circles, I've heard of girls doing that. I never did, but I heard of it. You don't approve? I ask, as Christian ushers me out of the elevator on the ground floor. No, he says, tight-lipped. Let's just say that Taylor and I hold very different views in regard to gun control. I'm with Taylor on this. Okay, Taylor's ex-Special Forces. He's going to be armed at all times. That's just a fact. And if anybody has to have a gun in the situation, I want it to be that guy. Christian holds the foyer door open for me, and I head out to the car. He's not let me drive alone to SIP since he found out that Charlie Tango was sabotaged. Sawyer smiles pleasantly and holds open the door for me as Christian and I climb into the car. Please, I reach across and grasp Christian's hand. Please what? Learn how to shoot. He rolls his eyes at me. No. End of discussion, Anastasia. As with always. And again, I am a child to be scolded. There it is. Yep. I realize I haven't been highlighting this whole time, and I'm going to have to go back because there were several lines that I wanted to highlight, and someday I'll get good at it, really. Yeah, I could have said anything, couldn't I? You know, this is the internet. I open my mouth to say something cutting, but decide I don't want to start my workday in a bad mood. I fold my arms instead and glimpse Taylor regarding me in the rearview mirror. He looks away, concentrating on the road in front of him, but shakes his head a little in obvious frustration. Christian drives him crazy too, sometimes. The thought makes me smile and my mood is saved. Well, honestly, is there really a reason for Christian Grey to learn how to shoot a gun? If he wants to own one, even illegally, yes, he should know how to use it. However, he can literally pay people to do that, and he literally does pay people to do that, so not so much an issue. But get rid the gun! Where is Layla? I ask as Christian gazes out the window. I told you, she's in Connecticut with her folks. He glances at me. Did you check? After all, she does have long hair. It could have been her driving the Dodge. Yes, I checked. She's enrolled in an art school in Hemden. She started this week. Okay, seriously, this girl. Okay, because, again, this is like something that happened, I'm going to say 5 weeks ago. I'm going to be generous and add an extra week because it was a little before the Charlie Tango thing. So it's been like 5 weeks since this former sub of his, who the week prior to that had slit her wrists and been admitted to a psych ward, which she was either released from or escaped from. I don't think we have an answer on that. So she was intentionally, she made an extreme suicidal gesture, was locked up, was released, and then broke into Anastasia's apartment while the two of them were asleep and fired a gun. But no, like 5 weeks later, she's completely fine and not even in a mental health treatment facility, let alone in jail, because police don't exist in this universe. She's not in a mental health facility. No. She's back with mommy and daddy and going to art school. Because she's magically all better because of the power of his money. But okay, at least she gets a happy ending, okay? Let's just pretend that she gets a real happy ending and her life goes great. Because this is the last we're going to hear about Layla. I can promise you that. You've spoken to her? I whisper, all the blood draining from my face. Christian whips his head around at my tone of voice. No, Flynn has. He searches my face for a clue to my thoughts. I see, I murmur, relieved. What? Nothing. So now the jealousy of you must not even talk to the opposite sex is going both ways. This is unhealthy, folks. This is very unhealthy. If you are so jealous and insecure that you mind your significant other even speaking to a member of the opposite sex, you have a serious problem. Note the word you. Christian sighs. Anna, what is it? I shrug, not wanting to admit my irrational jealousy. Christian continues, I'm keeping tabs on her, checking that she stays on her side of the continent. She's better, Anna. Flynn has referred her to a shrink in New Haven, and all the reports are very positive. Is he reading her therapist reports? The answer to this is going to be yes, because he's paying for it. That doesn't give the therapist the right to break confidentiality. So, okay, like one of a couple things is happening here. I'm trying to think if there is any non-breaking the laws way for him to be doing this. There's not. The only way it would not be some version of a breach of the therapist license and probably several privacy laws for him to be reading Lila's therapy notes or getting an update on them is if Layla had consented to let him see them. But she is non-compos mentis. She was recently in a psych ward. She's probably under the guardianship of her parents right now. So that's not her decision. And even still, any reputable therapist should know that since Christian Grey is the thing that destroyed her life and caused her to spiral, and he is the trigger for her extreme mental health problems, him being involved in any way is a gross misjudgment and very dangerous and very toxic. And also says that he's extremely toxic. Now, you can say that Christian has probably had like Flynn's name is probably on the file as like technically the overseeing psychiatrist, but then local guy that they've hired is the one actually doing the therapy. So maybe that gives Flynn the right to see the notes, and then he's telling Christian what they say, which is illegal for him to do. But yeah, there's no way. There's just no way that he's legitimately involved in that. Not that that surprises me, because keep in mind, he's got like CIA level dossiers on all of his former subs, including their birth certificates, their education, their parents' birth certificates and education, every move they've made their entire lives, every job, every school. Like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, that's definitely like a HIPAA violation. Like, it has to be. There's no way that's above board. No way. I just clicked the wrong thing. Ack! Get off my screen. No, go away. Didn't mean to click you. No. Ah! God damn it. My camera might be about to get wonky. I'm sorry. I clicked the wrong thing. I'm trying to fix it. Go away. Okay, can everyone still see me and hear me? Did I break the stream? Okay, we're okay. Thank you, Sethale. You are a prince among men. Thank you, Nightwolf. No broken? Currently? Yes, it's broken. Okay. It's broken or it's not? I'm confused now. Hello? I'm going to assume everything's okay. Thank you, darling. You are the best. Thank you so much. Okay. Just want to see. Where is our page count? Ugh. It's hard when they start on the opposite. Okay, not bad. Not bad, not bad. We got about 16 pages. So we're not doing bad on time. We're a little like 10 minutes behind, but we're not bad, really. We're realistically doing very well. I'm getting better at this timing thing, really. I'm starting to have a sense of time. Though I did spend like 3 days this week thinking it was Wednesday. I don't know why. I got stuck. Okay. Like, I think it was just because, like, I don't know. Sometimes just. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I shrug, not wanting to admit my irrational jealousy. Christian continues. I'm keeping tabs on her. I'm checking that she stays on her side of the continent. She's better, Anna. Flynn has referred her to a shrink in New Haven, and all the reports are very positive. She's been interested in art, so he stops, his face still searching mine. And in that moment, I suspect that he is paying for her art classes. Do I want to know? Should I ask him? I mean, it's not as if he can't afford it, but why does he feel the obligation? Because he broke her, you fucking bitch! I'm very tempted to call her the C word right now because, goddamn, girl! He broke this woman! Literally! He destroyed her life! He destroyed her mentally. She will spend the rest of her life recovering from the damage done to her by Christian Grey. And you want a bitch that he's paying for her to go to art school? That's the very least of what he owes her. I mean, you could say she's one of the 4 that made it out alive, since we joked that he killed at least 10 of them because it's written in a way where you can definitely interpret that. But, come on! And really, you don't know why he feels the obligation? You don't know? Did he or did he not buy you a $30,000 bracelet to cover up handcuffs marks after he violently abused you because he did something he didn't like and then he felt bad about it, so he said sorry with his wallet? In case you haven't noticed, that's what he does. He breaks it and then he pays for the damage. Christian's baggage hardly compares to Bradley Kent from biology class and his half-assed attempts to kiss me. Christian reaches for my hand. Don't sweat this, Anastasia, he murmurs, and I return his reassuring squeeze. I know he's doing what he thinks is right. No, he's doing what is right. Not thinks, is. Mid-morning, I have a break in meetings. As I pick up the phone to call Kate, I notice an email from Christian. Okay, can he even go 2 minutes out of her sight without emailing her? I don't know, but I need to refresh my lipstick because my lips are getting very dry from all this talking. Let's see if I can get the cuffs on. I have done full face makeup with cuffs. It's not easy. It went a lot better the second time when I had someone to hand me stuff, because the issue is the vanity was quite big. So I had to really, really reach for everything, and then it gets tricky. But I can do quite a lot of things in handcuffs. You know what I did? I legitimately did this one day. This is why you don't leave kids unattended even in school, because we get bored. And in my case, when I see 2 idiots who are sitting outside the office for once again being idiots, and I'm really bored, and in that day my psychopath side wanted to play and nobody stopped me. So I'm not making this a word of this up. Me and these 2 boys were sitting directly outside the principal's office. I was there because I was working there for the day. Long, stupid story. Don't ask me why. I was a student in like 5th grade, so I was like 10, 11. And so I was working at a desk outside the principal's office for the day when these 2 got dropped off for getting in trouble for something. I think they threw a shoe at somebody. It was stupid. They were known to do stupid things, But the principal was like on a call or something for a long time. So we're all just waiting, chilling. And of course, I decide I can play with these 2, or rather, I can get them to play with me. And so I got these 2 boys to take their shoelaces out and practice tying me up with my hands behind the chair to prove to them that I could get out of it like Houdini. We did this for like 45 minutes. And I got out of it every time. They tied my hands up probably 30, 40 times in different ways. Now, granted, they're not like good at it because these are like, again, they're my age, they're like 10, 11. But it was a very fun way to kill an hour on a day that I was absolutely dying. I'm very sorry. I'm very, very sorry. Don't watch it. The first one is so bad it's good. The other two are just bad. Also, I'm amazed you still have to pay for those movies because, like, come on. I personally think any movie that's been out for longer than 2 years should be free on all platforms. You made your money, don't be greedy. Like, this is why a game I play that has very expensive expansion packs, I will never buy the expansion packs because one, the game is not worth it. Also, two, if their track record is anything to show, they will make those free in a year or two because they know that anyone who's going to pay the ridiculous price for them is going to do so up front and will have done so. So they can get like double bang for their buck if they then, like 2 years later, say, oh, as a loyalty reward for all our dedicated players, we're making this thing that was once a paid expansion now free for all players because aren't we generous and great? I don't care as long as I'm getting it for free. They can have all the puff piece PR that they want. 50 Shades Darker is a couple down. That's the definition of a movie you can skip. Even if you think that there's a story and want to see it, you can skip the middle one. You can also skip like 3 of the Twilight movies. Well, like 3.5. Because especially Breaking Dawn, which is 2 parts and didn't have enough story for 1, you can skip like, you can cut that movie down to like a decent 1 hour runtime. And yes, I mean both parts. It's why you like betas back in the early 80s. Beta tapes. Lost my place. Mid-morning, I have breaking news. Oh yeah, there's an email from Christian. Okay, we know how the email goes. From Christian Gray, subject flattery. Mrs. Gray, I have received 3 compliments on my new haircut. Compliments from my staff are new. It must be the ridiculous smile I'm wearing whenever I think about last night. You are indeed a wonderful, talented, beautiful woman, and all mine. He literally had to include that. Had to include. God, he's disgusting. I'm highlighting the all mine. I'm gonna have to spend an hour highlighting the second part of chapter 8, but I really have to go through and do like 7 and 8. Oh, you mean VCR? I know what VHS tapes are. That's for the best, trust me. Though you gotta watch the commentary where Robert Pattinson trashes those movies. I think it is on the first one. I think that's the only one he actually did a commentary for, but it is so goddamn good. Because he just did not give a flying. It's so good. There's some amazing commentaries out there. You really should watch. There's a really good one for my favorite episode of the BBC Sherlock series with Benedict Cumberbatch, A Scandal in Belgravia, featuring the absolutely delicious Laura Palmer, who, let's just say I could watch every scene with her before having sex every time I have sex. Because she's fucking amazing. Also, nudity. So that's what it looks like when wine goes down the wrong part of your throat and then you choke on it and then have an asthma coughing fit. Ugh. I'm okay. I will be. See to catch my breath. Yeah, what Sethale said. I thought they did too. Weren't they a thing? They were like the 8-track version of VCR tapes. But hey, proof of the safety aspect, because when I had to whip this off in a second because I was choking, it worked. I'll put it back in a second. Seriously though, if they don't fix the heat, I may be wearing a red cami top next week to keep the theme, but also not be melting. I have a really pretty red cami top too. It's got like beading and embroidery down the front. Okay. On with the show. And I feel the adrenaline moving through my veins. And I'm gonna stop singing because that song will definitely get copyrighted. I melt reading it. Anastasia, trying to concentrate here. Mr. Gray, I am trying to work and don't want to be distracted by delicious memories. Is now the time to confess that I used to cut Ray's hair regularly. I had no idea it would be such useful training. Also, do we really think that all of a sudden his office staff are complimenting him because she did such a spectacular job cutting his hair? I can claim it's parody. Don't you have to like change the words like Weird Al or something to claim it's parody? Because there's so many songs that I would love to do covers of. I love to sing. I have no confidence in myself, even though I should, because I've been a paid first soprano as well as recorded. But I haven't done it in forever, and add 20 years of drinking and smoking to not cigarettes to your voice. But with a little warm up time, I can still hold a song decently. I'm not sure about doing opera anymore, but no. I'm gonna have to look into what the rules are, because I know people do post YouTube videos of themselves like singing. Like there's a billion videos, and I do mean an actual billion of people singing "Let It Go" from Frozen. So there's got to be some kind of a loophole or something. Is now the time to confess that yes, and I am yours, and you, my dear overbearing husband who refuses to exercise his constitutional right under the Second Amendment to bear arms, are mine. Don't worry, because I shall protect you always. Girl, you pay people to do that. Okay, this is why, like, it's not the celebrity filming the movie that punches the paparazzi in the face. They have security for that. Christian Grey, Annie Oakley. Mrs. Gray, I'm delighted to see that you have spoken to the IT department and changed your name. Wait, did she? Oh, it does now say Anastasia Gray. I didn't even notice. So yes, he got his fucking wish. Now she has changed her work email so that, quote, everyone will know that you're mine. Even though she had the perfectly valid reason of wanting to keep her own name so she could at least mentally delude herself into thinking that anybody takes her seriously as a professional in her job. Because maybe one person will not know that she's married to the person who just bought the company and fired the former editor-in-chief and put her in his place. Her who knows nothing. I know people do covers all the time. I just haven't looked into like how they're getting away with it, because I think it's more than just like you put something in the description saying like, obviously this is not my song, it belongs to Lady Gaga, I'm just doing a cover. Or is it really that easy? I don't know. I haven't looked yet. And change your name. I shall sleep safe in my bed knowing that my gun-toting wife sleeps beside me. Yeah, also, if she's such a, like, gun person, why hasn't Ray ever bought her a gun? Especially when she started dating Christian, he didn't like him. Why didn't he buy her a gun then? Anastasia Gray, long words. Mr. Gray, once more you dazzle me with your linguistic prowess. In fact, your prowess in general. I think you know what I'm referring to. Him back to her. Mrs. Gray, are you flirting with me? Very badly, and like a teenager sending what they think is a sexy text message, but yes, somehow. Her to him. Would you rather I flirted with someone else? Him to her. No. Her to him. Are you growling at me? 'Cause that's kind of hot. Him to her. Flirting and toying with me, Mrs. Gray. I may pay you a visit this afternoon. Because God forbid he goes an actual entire work day without showing up, interrupting her work, and just generally being a dick. Her to him. I'll behave. I wouldn't want my boss's boss's boss getting on top of me at work. Now let me get on with my job. My boss's boss's boss may fire my ass. Him to her. Believe me when I say there are a great many things he'd like to do to your ass right now. Firing you is not one of them. And they really think that this is sexy. Also, can I point out, he spent the first 2 books and part of this one bitching her the fuck out for using her work email for personal messages because other people can see them. And yet, now they're doing this over her work email so that he can see that she changed her name to his name. And he's suddenly not concerned, which you could say is because he owns it now. And so, like, he told the IT department, just don't save any emails from her address or my address, except that this doesn't work. Like, the second your company has to account for something and you have all these deleted emails between the owner and the chief editor, how are you going to explain this? Like, this is why you have a work email and you have a personal email. You send the sexy stuff from the personal account. Okay, look at every politician who got caught on Pornhub on their official account. You know what they didn't do? Switch accounts. Though it is hilarious anytime somebody who is actually sitting in the chamber gets caught watching porn, because it happens like once a year. Not that I blame anybody. Her to him. Don't you have an empire to run? Stop bothering me. My next appointment is here. I thought you were a breast man. Think about my ass and I'll think about yours. ILYX. Oh, I love you. Okay, I've never seen it shorthanded. That must have not caught on. Or maybe emojis like made that irrelevant. I cannot help my despondent mood as Sawyer drives me to the office Thursday. Christian's threatened business trip to New York has happened. Oh, apparently we time jumped to another day entirely. And though he's only been gone a few hours, I miss him already. I fire up my computer and there's an email waiting for me. My mood lifts immediately. Okay, so we've just gone from like a Tuesday to a Thursday, so we skipped a couple of days. Not that I mind. Yes, didn't it? That's the thing. That all just sounded like teenagers. Really bad. Like, that's not how adults talk or flirt or sext. And also, you're both supposed to be working. I think I heard about that. Yeah, I've never used Signal. I don't know if it might be one of those apps that's not allowed here. We have a lot of those apps like WhatsApp and Signal and all the like. Um, they either they can't get permission to operate in Canada, or if they did, it would be under such heavy restrictions that they opt not to. Like, that's why we don't have a PayPal debit card here, which I didn't know was a thing until a month ago. And somebody mentioned it, and I was like, what do you mean PayPal has a debit card? That's ridiculous. But apparently they do. I didn't know this. But you can't even use Cash App here, so. Yeah. Exactly. As soon as you have deleted company records of any kind, especially, like, think about it. This is the owner of the company communicating with the editor-in-chief and person he is tapped to take over running the entire company. Yeah, their communications are going to be subject to a lot of scrutiny and review. I mean, it's been mentioned SIP is a publicly traded company. It has a board of directors. So even though he owns it, He's not in as much control as he is like with his own company, because this company has a board that it answers to. Okay, had to loosen that a little because it's cutting into my skin. Still going to keep it tight, but it was literally cutting in, so that's a little too much. Yeah, we have e-transfer here, which more places got to get with the e-transfer. If I could pay my rent by e-transfer, it would make my life so much easier. And somebody in the office, even in a moment of exasperation, when I called out their bullshit way that they force people to pay rent, I even said, I'm like, dude, wouldn't having e-transfer just make things so much easier? He was like, yes, it would. I really hope they get it because it would make my life so much easier. Because he's the guy in the office that has to deal with it when their stupid portal system that doesn't work. He's the guy who then has to deal with it while hundreds of people are calling saying, hey, I can't pay my rent, fix your damn thing, or what do you want me to do because you don't have other options, idiot. I might be the only one who says idiot, but I doubt it. But this is why my buildings actively now started trying to find an excuse to kick me out, which they will find eventually. And I will be in an extremely hard spot of having to move while having no money. So that'll be fun. You're lucky you have that option. My idiot building still expects people to pay by fucking check, or they have this third party idiot system that they apparently they own and are setting up, but it's only been running for like 10 months and it's been crashed every other month, and it makes you pay like a service fee to use it, but they're trying to literally force everyone to use it even though it's unsecured and I don't trust it and it's not verified and you have to like give it your banking details. I still had to give in and do it like 2 months ago. I hate it. I don't trust them. It has false information on it about me. It makes my email, my phone number, my name, everything public. I absolutely hate it. And when I inquired about finally having to use it, I discovered they'd already created an account for me in my name that had been active for several months that I didn't know about. When I went to log in, there's no option to change the password. So when I had my email but not the password, I had to call the fucking office here and say, hey, morons, you set up this account for me, so I don't have the password. So what is it? Because it doesn't give you the option to say I forgot my password and change it. So I had to email them like 5 times and be like, okay, you set this up. I can't change it. Only you can. So tell me what the damn password is. And even they didn't know and wound up having to change it and tell me what they changed it to. And I still can't change it to what I want it to be because there's no option to do so. So I have an account that I don't control. And as I said, it makes my email, my address, and my phone number and my name all publicly facing information, which I didn't give permission to. I didn't give permission for this place to know any of that about me. Or to like 3 other companies, they've done the same thing. Give them everyone that lives here's information and set up accounts in their name. Even if the tenant doesn't know about it, even if they have no say in it, and even if they actively said, which I did, never give out my information. Ever. Need to pop one of these for a sec because I have to type. See, I used to do this. I used to pay via check. The problem is I ran out of checks after like 4 years, and my bank wants $75 for new checks. And I mean, like, absolutely just literally the most basic option they have. No extras, no embellishments, nothing. Yet they want $75. That's fucking bullshit. You cannot tell me that a bunch of paper checks in this day and age in 2024 cost $75. There's no freaking way. That's $3 a check that I'm trying to order. And the last time I ordered checks from them, I got bitched at by some moron because when I placed the order, I didn't get an email confirm or a receipt. So I called them and said, "Where's the receipt?" To which they said, "Well, we don't issue receipts. We don't issue order confirmation emails. We don't issue receipts of any kind. We just take the money from your bank account because we work with your bank and send the checks." To which I was like, okay, what if they never get here? How do I prove that I ordered them and paid for them? Or since at the time I had changed some things on it and I put a little like memo, like slogan on the memo line, I was like, okay, I paid for extra features. What if it shows up and those aren't there or they're the wrong ones? How do I prove what I paid for specifically and that this is wrong if I don't have a receipt saying what I ordered? He called me paranoid and hung up on me twice. Okay, I put that back on too tight. Ow. Okay, I need your bank, Sethale, because yeah. 4 boxes of checks, which is 100, I'm assuming that's 100 checks, customized for $25. Yeah, that I would pay. I would pay that. That's a reasonable price. But this was $75 for 25 checks with no customize. Not even with the carbons. Because I always got carbons under my checks because I always want my own copy because I don't trust anybody. Also, the other problem is with this place, I used to drop off 12 post-dated checks every January so that it was just done and I know that it's like taken care of and I don't have to worry about remembering to write them once a month because I'm really terrible. 5 different times they lost my rent checks. More than one check each time. There's a safe in the office that they never fucking use. Because every single time when I said, well, where were the checks being kept now that they've gone missing? Oh, they were in a desk drawer. They were in the unlocked desk drawer of somebody's desk. Why? There's never an explanation for that, by the way. Never an explanation. And they're always just like, oh, we're very sorry. Can you bring us a new check? Yes, you idiots, but you don't deserve it. Oh yeah, that is 100% negligence. Because how do you have a bunch of checks sitting around and not put them in the flippin' safe for months? Email from him. Miss you already. He's been gone like 5 minutes. Oh, I know. I always called and canceled them and kept very close watch on my bank account after those occasions. But yeah, I always wondered because like once I can forgive, twice maybe, 5 times. 5 times. And they're never sorry about it. Mrs. Gray, you were adorable this morning. Behave while I'm away. I love you. This will be the first night we've slept apart since our wedding. I intend to have a few cocktails with Kate. That should help me sleep. I need to get drunk to sleep without him. This is not healthy. Impulsively, I email him back, although I know he'll still be flying. Planes have Wi-Fi? Let me know when you land, and I'll worry until you do. And I shall behave. I mean, how much trouble can I get into with Kate? That's not... Kate kind of seems like she is trouble and likes getting people in trouble for her own amusement, kind of like Rachel on Friends. Because if you watch Friends carefully, Rachel fucking starts shit a lot and then just sits back and watches the like bickering that she caused. And yes, I am one of those people that that subscribes to the Phoebe and Joey used to have a once a month fuck date, because it makes sense if you listen. Yes, they are teenagers. They can't be away from each other for 2 seconds. Really? I know, like, right? You would think they would fucking learn after checks go missing more than once, and it wasn't just mine either. Yes. Also, literally, it's like the timestamp on these is like 9 in the morning, so they've been apart for what, like, probably actually 5 minutes? Like, come on. I hit send and sip my latte, courtesy of Hannah, who knew I'd grow to love coffee. I'm sorry, if you're too immature to deal with coffee, you're too immature to be running a publishing house. Despite the fact that I'm going out this evening with Kate, I feel like a chunk of me is missing. At the moment, it's 35,000 feet somewhere above the Midwest en route to New York. I didn't know it would feel this unsettled and anxious because Christian's away. Surely over time I won't feel this loss and uncertainty, will I? I let out a heavy sigh and continue with my work. Ugh. Around lunchtime, I start maniacally checking my email and my BlackBerry for a text. Where is he? Has he landed safely? Hannah asks if I want lunch, but I'm too apprehensive and wave her away. I know it's irrational, but I need to be sure he's arrived safely. My office phone rings, startling me. Anastasia Gray. Hi. Christian's voice is warm with a trace of amusement. Relief floods through me. Okay, in fairness, it is true the last time he went up in an aircraft, it was like sabotage, blew up, and crashed. So, not gonna begrudge her, like... Yes, the email is formatted into the book. Sethel, have you not seen, my darling? Have you not been here on any, like, day when we have had emails to display? Because, yes, she wrote them out, and they take up several pages with one email. Yeah, this is the previous 2 pages. Yeah, she writes them out long form like this, with the full, as you can see, the full headers, full subject, time, the 2-line, and then who from, and then a full ending on each and every one. So yeah, we had like 4 pages that is just like as many emails. It's like 1 email per page, really, because they take up an entire page. Are you not a coffee person, or you mainline coffee? I know. Sethel, there's been multiple emojis typed into this book. Well, this book series. There's been emojis, okay? I don't even know how you publish that. Yeah. Hi, I'm grinning from ear to ear. How was your flight? Long. What are you doing with Kate? Oh no. We're just going out for a quiet drink. Christian says nothing. Sawyer and the new woman, Prescott, are coming to watch over us, I offer, trying to placate him. Okay, you shouldn't have to placate your husband when you say I'm going out with my best friend and person who's dating your brother for drinks. I thought Kate was coming to the apartment. She is, after a quick drink. And then in her head, she's saying, please let me go out. Girl, you are being held hostage. Stop asking for permission and just say, yes, Christian, I am going out with Kate for a drink. Sorry if you don't like it, but too damn bad. Grow the hell up. Yes, but this wasn't emoticons. This was the smiley face emoji. I like emoticons. Emoticons are still fun. And people can get really creative and do some really amazing things with them. Like, I've seen some really impressive things. And I don't mean typing boobies on a calculator. Though thank you for trying. Uh-huh. All right, Nightwolf, I gotcha. I feel ya. There's a couple of names that yeah. Christian sighs heavily. Why didn't you tell me? He says quietly. Too quietly. As in, why didn't you tell me? This is just proof that he's a serial killer, okay? We're going full serial killer mode now. He's gonna come home. You know he's gonna come home. Because he can't be away from her and let her do anything with her friends. Because he knows that, especially with Kate, because Kate has always been the one that is sus of him. As with all E.L. James books, there is one real character that acts like a real person until they don't. That person was Kate, and she hated him. Now, granted, he broke into the apartment after her friend came home crying and said it was over and then refused to leave. Not that Kate called the cops and had his ass thrown out, which she should have. But she's been the person that's been against him the whole time. So if anybody's going to break his spell over Anastasia and point out what an abusive monster he is, it's Kate. So he's not going to risk that. So he's going to come home. I promise you. You know, it's like that time that, like, Kanye he was in the middle of a tour, because he's a rapper and he does, like, concerts. He was on tour and he happened to see Kim in an outfit he didn't like, so he stopped the tour for, like, one day to fly to New York where she was and planned out her outfits for her for the rest of her New York trip and then flew back to Europe to continue his tour. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, if that is not a sign that you need to leave. I mentally kick myself. You didn't do anything wrong. He's in the wrong, and you need to tell him so. Christian will be fine. I have Ryan, Sawyer, and Prescott here. It's only a quick drink. Christian remains resolutely silent, and I know he's not happy. I've only seen her a few times since you and I met. Please. She's my best friend. Okay, she sounds like a teenage girl begging daddy to go out. You're a grown-ass woman who is about to be in charge of a company, whether you like it or not, and you're literally begging your husband, who is like several states away right now, because she's in Washington, he's in New York. I think those are pretty much as far apart while being in the continental U.S. as you can get. I think they're literally on opposite coasts. And you're still begging, saying, please, Christian, please, can I go out for a drink with my very best friend who I haven't seen since we got married? Please, 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 Daddy. Gag me with a stick. I would need a lobotomy to find this sexy, and even then I wouldn't, because I wouldn't be able to understand it. It is West Coast, East Coast, right? Yeah, New York is East Coast, and Washington is West, right? Am I right? I'm very directionally challenged. But hey, I live in the country that's like one of the most north. There are places in Canada that are the most north. We go right up to the Arctic Circle, and in some places we're more north than Greenland. Also, from the coast of Nova Scotia, you can see France. Not really. But Google Earth thinks that you can. Hannah, I don't want to keep you from your friends. Yes, you do. That's a lie. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. But I thought she was coming back to the apartment. Okay, I acquiesce. We'll stay in. Only while this lunatic is out there. Please. And after the lunatic has been found, there will be some other excuse as to why she can never leave the apartment. Like, dude, just chain her to the wall already. I've said okay, I mutter in exasperation, rolling my eyes. Christian snorts softly down the phone. I always know when you're rolling your eyes at me, because he's got secret cameras watching your every move, including in the car. Would anyone be surprised? Would anyone? Also, he supposedly owns some kind of a tech comm company, so he'd have the technology. Literally. And not that he has to, because we already know he's got security spying on her every move and reporting every 5 seconds on literally her every move, including what she has for lunch. Like, how do you live like this? I scowl at the receiver. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you. I'll tell Kate. How is it? I was going to go out. We're just going to go to a fucking park without security. You're being paranoid and you're an ass. Never put up with this. I don't care what the excuse is. You do not put up with it. Good, he breathes, his relief evident. I feel guilty for worrying him. There it is. There it is. There it is. The gaslighting extraordinaire. How dare you make him worry by trying to do a normal thing that should not in any way be an issue at all. But no, because he has issues and he's a hurt little puppy and he's so damaged and he doesn't know any better and he just worries so much and he needs you so much and you're everything and you're so perfect and everything of his life. And ow, my wrist. And that makes it okay. Okay, I'm actually going to enjoy taking these off in like 9 pages, because they really, this is the longest I've had these on a stream continuously. They really freaking hurt by this point. Where are you? On the tarmac at JFK. Oh, so you just landed? Yes, you asked me to call the moment I landed. I smile. My subconscious glares at me. See, he does what he says he's going to do. Kinda, sorta. Sometimes. And I'm sorry, you don't get brownie points for calling when you land after saying that you will. You can see Denmark from Canada. I know. Like Sarah Palin could see Russia from her backyard. I know. Well, Mr. Gray, I'm glad one of us is and my dyslexia just crashed my fucking brain. If you know what the following word is, good for you. Punctilious. Punctilious. If this is a real word, and I'm so sus of this because it sounds made up, if this is a real word, holythesaurus.com, and you still sound stupid. Because using one random weird ass, I've never heard it before in my life, word in the middle of an otherwise like very pedestrian written paragraph just makes you dumb. Say that again. Set the L. Okay. Punctilious. I've never heard of this word in my life. Hold on, I should type it. Hold on, let me type. Punctilious. That's how it's spelled in the book. Showing great attention, according to Google. Showing great attention to detail or correct behavior. Oh, okay. Well, I like what it means, even though I've never heard of it before. Thank you for confirming it's a word. I appreciate the effort. Mwah. He laughs. Mrs. Gray, your gift for hyperbole knows no bounds. What am I going to do with you? I'm sure you'll think of something imaginative. You usually do. Are you flirting with me? Yes. I sense his grin. I'd better go, Anna. Do as you're told. Please. Yeah, that line's going in the video. And I'm aware I still have to do the video for the other one. I've been busy, okay? But I have it set. I have like half the highlighting done. So, yeah. Now I forgot what I was going to highlight. The security team knows what they're doing. Yes, Christian, I will. I sound exasperated again. Geez, I get the message. I'll see you tomorrow evening. I'll call you later. To check up on me? Yes. Oh, Christian, I scold him. Au revoir, Mrs. Gray. Au revoir, Christian. I love you. He inhales sharply, and I you, Anna. Neither of us hangs up. Okay, we're literally doing the thing I haven't done since I was 12 of the you hang up, no you hang up, no you hang up. Hang up, Christian, I whisper. You're a bossy little thing, aren't you? You're a bossy little thing. Mine, he breathes. Do as you're told. Hang up. Yes, sir. I hang up and grin stupidly at the phone. A few minutes later, an email appears in my box. That was the most like juvenile thing. Christian Gray, subject twitching palms. How did that never make it onto the merch? They clearly were trying. Mrs. Gray, you are as entertaining as ever on the phone. I mean it. Do as you're told. I need to know you're safe. I love you. She's told you yes like 5 times. So it's not a question of her saying yes, because it's clear he just doesn't believe her. Honestly, he is the bossy one. Yes. Yes. All the way, yes. But one phone call and all my anxiety has disappeared. He's arrived safely and he's fussing about me as usual. I hug myself momentarily. God, I love that man. Hannah knocks on my door, distracting me, and brings me back to the now. Kate looks gorgeous. To the person asking me questions on the side, oh, someday. Absolutely someday. Kate looks gorgeous in her tight white jeans and red camisole. Oh, I didn't. How do I keep unintentionally saying things about my real life that then appear in this book tonight? This is not fair. This is like Illuminati mind control or something. There is a conspiracy here. First the Greek yogurt, then New Haven, then red camisole. No! Whoever's listening to my thoughts, stop it! She's ready to rock the town. She's chatting animatedly with Claire in reception when I make my entrance. Anna, she cries, scooping me up in a Kate hug. She holds me at arm's length. Don't you look the mogul's wife? Who would have thought? Little Anna Steele. You look so sophisticated. Okay, does Kate even have to be in on the infantilizing, really? She grins. I roll my eyes at her. I'm wearing a pale cream shift dress with a navy belt and navy pumps. That sounds atrocious. It's good to see you, Kate. You don't do cream. Okay, unless she means like white cream. I was thinking like ivory, like a beige cream, which would look atrocious with navy. But if it's just in like a barely off white, I mean, you're gonna look like a Sailor Girl pinup. But, still, like, money don't buy a fashion sense, is what I'm saying. It's good to see you, Kate. I hug her back. So where are we going? Christian wants us to go back to the apartment. Oh, really? Can't we sneak a quick cocktail at the Zigzag Cafe? I've booked us a table. This is definitely a place where you can get weed. I open my mouth to protest. Please, she whines and pouts prettily. She must be picking this up from Mia. She never pouts normally. I'd really like a cocktail at the Zigzag. This $5 says this is a real place. We had such fun the last time we went there, and it's close to Kate's apartment. I hold up my index finger. 1. She grins. 1. She links her arm in mine, and we stroll out to the car, which is parked at the curb, with Sawyer at the wheel. We're followed by Miss Belinda Prescott, who's new to the security team. A tall African American woman, a tall African American with a no nonsense attitude. I've yet to warm to her. Maybe because she's too cool and professional, or because she joined your team like this morning and you don't know her. Cynthia, do I want to see what you just posted? Because I'm going to look at it as soon as I'm off the stream. So. I do love you. And your dragons. The jury's definitely out, but like the rest of the team, she's been handpicked by Taylor. She's dressed like Sawyer in a dark, somber pantsuit. Sawyer turns to look at me, and I know he. Oh, can you take us to the Zigzag, please, Sawyer? Sawyer turns to look at me, and I know he wants to say something. He's obviously been given his orders. He hesitates. The Zigzag Cafe. We'll only have one drink. Okay, no. How about you go, hey, security guy that works for me and is employed by me? We're going to the Zigzag. And if I ever have to tell you twice again, you will no longer be employed by me. Do you understand? Good. Because I would not allow this crap. Yes, I would take it up with Christian and say, how dare you have the staff and my security spying on me and reporting to you, and how dare you tell them that they can't take me wherever the fuck I would like to go, or that they are to restrict my movements or my actions in any way on your behalf. But he's been doing that since their honeymoon, like, so. Okay, we got like 7 pages left. We're on the home stretch. I give Kate a sideways glance, and she's glaring at Sawyer. Poor man. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Gray requested you go back to the apartment, Prescott pipes up. Mr. Gray isn't here, I snap. The zigzag, please. Okay, so you just admitted that if he were there, what, he outranks you? Like, way to have her both, like, stand up for herself and extremely not at the same time. Ma'am, Sawyer replies with a sideways glance at Prescott, who wisely holds her tongue. Kate gapes at me as if she can't believe her eyes and ears. I purse my lips and shrug. Okay, so I'm a little more assertive than I used to be. Kate nods as Sawyer pulls out into the early evening traffic. You know the additional security is driving Grace and Mia crazy, Kate says casually. Oh, so did he put security on his family too? Because it sounds like he did. It sounds like he has these security people with every member of his family. So yeah, he's driving his entire family crazy. I gawk at her, baffled. You didn't know? She seems incredulous. Know what? Security for all the Greys has been tripled. Gazillionized, even. That's not a real number. Anybody in the chat want me to think you're really smart? What is the largest number that actually exists? Because a gajillion, quadrillion, bazillion, zillion, those don't exist. What is the largest number that actually exists? And if you've ever watched Numbers, you know this. I was talking to somebody about Numbers today. I love that show. I got to give it a rewatch. Never actually watched the final season, but I do love that show. Also a show with some really great commentaries on it. Really? He hasn't told you? No. Damn it, Christian. Do you know why? Jack Hyde. What about Jack? I thought he was just after Christian. I gasped. Geez, why hasn't he told me? Why would you expect him to have told you? He hasn't told you anything since you met. And you've never put your foot down and said, hey, this involves my security too. So I have the right to know what is going on. Googleplex? Omega? Are we naming watches now? Isn't Googleplex one of their new phones? And I know Omega's a watch, an expensive one, but supposedly like a really good one. I think they're known for dive watches, I believe, and they're known to be like good at it. They make really good ones. Like if you can afford one, it's the last like diving watch you'll ever have to buy, kind of good, which I respect. I respect a product that can be like, you know, a high price point, but it's like an investment because it's the only one of those you're ever going to need. I respect that. I respect quality for value. If I'm going to get the time out of it, like not as a watch time joke, haha, funny. No, I mean like, you know, if I'm going to spend $1,000 on a watch, well then, yeah, it better last at least 20 years before I have to even think about repairing it or changing a battery. If you see what I mean. Like I was helping my cousin buy a camera once and I had to teach her like how to do like more expensive purchases, not just buy, you know, this is something that she was going to be spending a couple $100s on at a time when that was a lot of money for her. So it was like, girl, you do your research, do your homework. If you're going to spend that much money, do your homework, get the right product, make sure it's going to last, check out the warranty, check out what kind of accessories are available, how is the battery life, what are the complaints about it. If you're going to spend that kind of money, make sure you're spending it on the right thing. You know, like, thank God I taught her how to do that, because then when, like, shortly after, only a few months later, when she was buying her first GPS for her first car, learning to drive, if she hadn't, she was going to buy the Google one because it's the most expensive. It was the most, like, promoted on the market. You couldn't go 5 seconds without seeing an ad for it. They had dominated the market by like 90% of their GPS being owned, like it was being used by like agencies and stuff. And so she was going to buy it without question because of course they're the best, because they're Google and they're expensive and they're dominating the market. Except when she did a little bit of research and then found out that Google only updated their maps, which were still being built. This was in its infancy. So there were a lot of places, especially in rural parts of Canada, which is where she lived, that were literally not on the map. Her entire town that she lived in, because it was a teeny tiny town that was too small for a mall or a movie theater, wasn't even on the map. She couldn't find where she lived. When she went on a test site to see how the Google GPS looks. So thank God she didn't buy the Google one and she found a different one that was called TomTom, I think. And it was new and it didn't have a lot of market share and it was cheaper than the Google one, but it was way more accurate. They had built their maps 10 times better than Google and actually had the town that she lived in, and they were known to update their maps every 2 weeks. So, she did some research and found out, hey, the most expensive one, not the best product. And would have been absolutely useless for her because it literally didn't know where she lived. So thankfully she bought the TomTom one and it served her very well. Because she inherited the family sense of direction, which is none whatsoever. GPS was invented for people in my family. He hasn't told you? No. Jack Hyde, blah, blah, blah. Since Monday, Kate says. Last Monday? We identified Jack on Sunday. But why all the Greys? Because he's overprotective and rich, and kind of paranoid. Though at the moment, rightfully so. How do you know all this? Elliot, of course. That's Christian's brother that she's been banging since the same time Christian met Anastasia. And I still say the two of them had a bet to see if they could just pick up two completely clueless women like Noah Wiley and the other guy in Enough and just use them for mindless sex. And then Christian went and became the main guy from Enough and got stupid and married her. That's like, I swear. Christian hasn't told you any of this, has he? I flush once more. No. Oh, Anna, how annoying. Annoying is not the word for it. I sigh. As ever, Kate has hit the nail squarely on the head in her usual sledgehammer style. No, she hasn't, because I can do a lot better. Do you know why? If Christian's not going to tell me, then maybe Kate will. I would be furious and contemplating divorce at this point. Elliot said it's something to do with the information stored on Jack Hyde's computer when he was at SIP. Holy crap. You're kidding. A surge of anger pulses through me. Actual real number that actually exists, do you know what it's called? I've never seen it written in number form, so I only know the word. It starts with a Q. I am taking this from TV, so TV could be wrong. If TV is wrong, and therefore I am wrong, but starts with a Q in word form. A surge of anger pulses through me. How does Kate know about this when I don't? I glance up to see Sawyer eyeing me in the rearview mirror. The red light turns to green and he surges forward, focusing on the road ahead. I hold my finger up to my lips and Kate nods. I bet Sawyer knows too, and I don't. How's Elliot? I ask to change the subject. Kate grins stupidly, telling me all I need to know. Sawyer pulls up at the end of the passage that leads down to the Zigzag Cafe, and Prescott opens my door. I scoot out and Kate slides out after me. We link arms and meander down the passage, followed by Prescott, who's wearing a thunderous expression. Yes! Sedalia, you're right! Yes, quadrillion! That's what I heard. As far as I know, that is the largest number that actually exists. Thunderous expression on her face. Oh, for heaven's sake, it's just a drink. Sawyer drives off to park the car. Okay, the security is terrible for several reasons. One, you don't split up. Two, you don't go park the car. You park on the street or you drive in circles or you find a place to park before you let your protectee out of the car. And two, have some professionalism, new bitch. You are new. It's your first day. Don't look like a freaking idiot and don't look angry and mean at your boss. She's the one in charge. See, this is the problem, is Christian has told them that Anastasia has no autonomy, that he controls her every move, and you better take my wife where I tell you to take my wife, even if she says to take her somewhere else. She doesn't get to decide that because I'm in charge, and I'm the man, and I pay the bills, and you work for me, not her, so you will take her where I tell you, even if it's not where she wants to go. The problem is, if they do that in real life, that's kidnapping. Not that Christian Grey would have a problem with this, because that's what he's telling them to do. However, in real life, the practical application becomes a little more difficult. But keep your face professional. So how does Elliot know Gia? I ask, taking a sip of my second strawberry mojito. Strawberry, doesn't mojito have mint in it? Ew. That sounds gross and like a hangover in a glass. The bar is intimate and cozy, and I don't want to leave. Kate and I have not stopped talking. I'd forgotten how much I like hanging out with her. It's liberating to be out, relaxing and enjoying Kate's company. I contemplate texting Christian, then dismiss the idea. He'll just be mad and make me go home like an errant child. Well, yes, he treats you like a child all the time anyway, but so does this book, and now from the behind-the-scenes info I found out, I know it's intentional, and that makes it all the more creepy. And I want a puppy and a bunny to make it go away. Don't talk to me about that bitch, Kate sputters. Kate's reaction makes me laugh. What's so funny, Steele? She snaps, but not seriously. I feel the same way. You do? Yes, she was all over Christian. She had a fling with Elliot, Kate pouts. No. She nods, her lips pressed together in the patented Catherine Kavanaugh scowl. It was brief, last year, I think. She's a social climber. No wonder she set her sights on Christian. Okay, so she just is trying to hook up with one of the rich boys, which is what I said. But, like, seriously, they are man whores who will sleep with anybody, so... But also because they will sleep with anybody, they, weren't marriage material. Christian is taken. I told her to leave him alone or I would fire her. Kate gasps at me once more, stunned. I nod proudly and she lifts her glass to salute me, impressed and beaming. Mrs. Anastasia Gray, way to go. We clink. Oh, yes, you fought off one gold-digging whore who still thought it was a good idea to hit on your husband after he was married. Way to go. You didn't take him to task for not setting that line himself, when he should be the one making it clearly and abundantly so, and telling her to spread the word to the other bimbos in the pack that he's taken. Though, is it any... Do we really think that within 6 months he would not be cheating for like a billion reasons anyway? Does Elliot own a gun? No, he's very anti-gun. Kate stirs her third drink. Christian too. I think it was Grace and Carrick's influence. I mutter, feeling a little tipsy. Carrick's a good man, Kate nods. He wanted a prenup, I mutter sadly. Okay, that's not sad. That is not sad. I'm sorry, bitch. That's not sad because Christian comes from generational wealth. He comes from a family that's very wealthy, and also he is very wealthy in his own right. And are we at all surprised that his parents, or at least one of them, had some concern when he announces he's going to marry a woman that they know nothing about, that he has known for a grand total of 3 weeks at the time he proposed? Well, no, I think he knew her like maybe 5 weeks by the time he proposed. They've known each other a collective like 3 months in total, including the honeymoon here. So, Google, step down from Googleplex, gearboxes do exist. I may have to check that out. All right. I know we only got like 3 pages left, but I'm worried. Ow, I can't do it. Ow! Ow, this is excruciatingly painful. Ow, motherfucker. Ow. Ah! Okay. Ow! I gotta get better cuffs. These suck. They don't suck. I'm just getting annoyed. Okay. Oh, Anna. She reaches across the table and grasps my arm. He was only looking out for his boy. As we both know, you have Gold Digger tattooed on your forehead. She smiles at me and then pokes her tongue out at me and then giggles. It actually says then giggle. She forgot the S. It just says giggle, not giggles like it should. But doi. Mature, Mrs. Cray, she says, grinning. She sounds like Christian. You'll do the same for your son one day. My son? It hadn't even crossed my mind that my kids will be rich. Holy crap. They'll want for nothing. I mean, nothing. Yeah, can you imagine how much Christian Grey would spoil a child? Jesus. Like, way to raise a brat. This needs further thought, but not right now. I glance at Prescott and Sawyer seated nearby, watching us in the evening crowd from a side table where they each nurse a glass of sparkling mineral water. Do you think we should eat? I ask. No, we should drink, Kate says. Why are you in such a drinking mood? Because I don't see enough of you anymore. I don't know I didn't know you'd up and marry the first guy who turned your head. She pouts again. Honestly, you married so quickly that I thought you were pregnant. That's a reasonable assumption. I take no points from Kate because that is perfectly valid. I giggle. Everyone thought I was pregnant. Let's not rehash that conversation again. Please. And I have to use the restroom. Prescott accompanies me. She says nothing. She doesn't have to. Disapproval radiates off her like a lethal isotope. What the fuck were you watching when you wrote that? I haven't been out on my own since I got married. I mutter wordlessly at the closed stall door. I make a face knowing that she's standing on the other side of the door, waiting while I pee. What precisely is Hyde going to do in a bar anyway? Christian's just overreacting as usual. Okay, why didn't you tell the security bitch? Girl, you are not following me into the actual bathroom. Stand at the door and wait there. Like, seriously, she keeps acting like she has fucking no autonomy, and I get that she doesn't, literally. But the fact that between the second and the third book, she has just given up on the idea of it, even, and is actively in her own mind when she wants to do something else, has now jumped on to having, like, her own version of Christian in her head telling her not to, or that he wouldn't allow it, or that he'll never allow it, even when he's not around, to physically control her. Like, from a psychological point of view, her mental thoughts are so goddamn disturbing and really, really, really red flag filled. Like, next time he tells her to get on his knees and he pulls out the ceremonial dagger and says, I'm going to slit your throat, stay still, she will do it. Kate, it's late. We should go. It's 10:15 and I've downed my fourth strawberry mojito. I'm definitely feeling the effects of the alcohol. Warm and fuzzy. Christian will be fine, eventually. Sure, Anna. It's been good to see you. He just seems so much more, I don't know, confident. Marriage obviously agrees with you. This is the opposite of what we're being told. And it's the opposite of what we've been shown. Because this is tell, don't show, which is always a bad idea. Unless you're setting up something or you're laying the pieces or, you're dropping some early hints in a mystery, it is show, don't tell. I know her bitching at the architect in a very bad way and telling her to keep your hands off my man doesn't equal confidence, because that was just horrendous. My face warms coming from Miss Catherine Kavanaugh. This is indeed a compliment. It does, I whisper, and because I've probably had too much to drink, tears prick the backs of my eyes. Can I be any happier? She's obviously watching Friends while writing this. In spite of all his baggage, his nature, his fiftiness, the word fiftiness is capitalized for some reason. I have met and married the man of my dreams. The man of your nightmares you didn't know existed, who you left for beating you, and who continues to beat you. I quickly change the subject to stem my sentimental thoughts because I know I will cry otherwise. I've really enjoyed this evening. I grasp Kate's hand. Thank you for dragging me out. We hug. As she releases me, I nod at Sawyer, and he hands Prescott the keys to the car. I'm sure Miss Goody Two Shoes Prescott has told Christian I'm not at home. He'll be mad, I mutter to Kate, and maybe he'll think of some delicious way to punish me. Hopefully. See, this is it. This is it. I know! Sethel, I almost said that. I was gonna say sounded like the Chernobyl documentary, but then I realized that came out way later. I gotta watch that, though. I heard it's really good. Maybe. Maybe it was just, huh. Now that was even two. I was trying to do one, that was still two. I don't think it's possible to do a single giggle. I think it's biologically incompatible with female life. Okay, but this is so disgusting where she's like, he'll be mad. I don't give a flying fuck. You're a grown woman. You can go out when you want. But now we have her saying, well, I like making him mad because then he punishes me. Because again, somewhere between 2 and 3, he rewired her brain and lobotomized her to now she's into everything that she was not into before. Because he's the one doing it and he married her. And so that makes it okay when he does abusive, horribly violent, ragey things. And now she's crossed the line into convincing herself that, oh, she really likes it because it's for him. And that makes it okay. Yeah, I certainly don't. Okay, my twisted fanfic is still coming along. I have actually started on part 6, not well. I need to kick myself in the butt, I really do, and get my creative gears back on. The problem is I've had some other creative outlets recently that are taking a lot of my time and attention, so my fanfic has been a little neglected the past week or so. But I do need to kick my butt and spend more time working on that. But I don't keep a thesaurus next to me, nor do I look up fancy smancy words for plain things. I have a set of language that I am using because I am playing games with words, but I don't keep a thesaurus next to me. Yes, exactly. If I have to stop to look up what your word meant, you lost me in the story, and that's why I don't do that. Also, I think it was, I can never remember, was it Dickens or Twain, but one of them said basically use small words when you write if you want the masses to read your book. Basically saying that for marketability, you want to keep things very simple and easy to read because then more people will read it. Ow, painful hiccups. Really painful, ow. Because then more people will read it because they can read it, because not everyone's a good reader. Like, I graduated high school from a class of about 28, I think. And I know for 16 of those people that I graduated with, I knew for an ironclad fact were illiterate. I absolutely knew that. And they're graduating high school without the ability to read. Why are you grinning like a loon, Anna? You like making Christian mad? See, Kate knows about the contract, though, because she found one page of it and didn't understand. So it's only a matter of time before Kate, who, by the way, is a journalist, or at least supposedly is when she's not, modeling bikinis, puts it together. And when she needs to get a career going and needs to get her name out there, we don't think she's going to write that Christian Grey, like billionaire local celebrity sexy guy, is secretly a sadist who beats his wife for sexual pleasure. We don't think she's going to dime that out in a second to get to make her bones. Because I say she does. No, not really, but it's easily done. He's very controlling sometimes. Most of the time. I've noticed, Kate says wryly. And again, you're talking to a reporter here, not your best friend. We pull up outside Kate's apartment. She hugs me hard. Don't be a stranger, she whispers and kisses my cheek. Well, you're about to marry her brother-in-law, so I think you'll be seeing more of each other. I don't remember. Do they actually get married? Did they make that up for the movies? I don't know. Like I said, I don't know. We're way past the point of where I stopped reading this book, so I don't know what's the book and what's the movie. I know in the movie, I think he proposes at some point in a badly lit scene in a nightclub where you can't hear shit. But I think he does. See, this is why we need snickerdoodles here. She would know. But Sasha, girl, if you're still watching, you're a very good girl, Sasha, and we love you, Sasha. We love you, good girl. You're such a good girl. Sasha's a good girl. I was told she might be listening because Mommy left the TV on for her while going out. Right? Right? Not that he doesn't deserve it, for several reasons. I'm still hung up on he stole her car and sold it without the title or her permission, and I don't know how he did that, but he did. Alright, we got like 2 more pages. And then I suspect I may have somebody waiting for me. She whispers and kisses my cheek, then she's out of the car. I wave, feeling strangely homesick. I have missed girl talk. It's fun and relaxing, and it reminds me that I'm still young. I must make more of an effort to see Kate. But the truth is, I love being in my bubble with Christian. Last night we attended a charity dinner together. There were so many men in suits and well-groomed, elegant women talking about real estate prices and the failing economy and the plunging stock markets. I mean, it was dull. Really dull. She's so refreshing to let my hair down with someone my own age. Okay, we couldn't have gotten that scene because that sounds like it might have been more entertaining. My stomach rumbles. I still haven't eaten. Shit. Christian. I scramble through my purse and fish out my BlackBerry. Holy crap. 5 missed calls, 1 text. All caps, where the hell are you? Is the text message. This is how you address your wife, bro? This is how you address your wife. This is how you speak to your woman? Because I'd be telling you, go fuck yourself until you learn how to talk to me. And 1 email. Christian Grey, subject, angry. You've not seen angry. So now you're making threats over email. Anastasia, Sawyer tells me that you are drinking cocktails in a bar when you said you wouldn't. Do you have any idea how mad I am at the moment? I'll see you tomorrow. Okay, I'm sorry. Could he sound like more of a parent? Also, go fuck yourself, ass clown. I'm a grown-ass woman. Yes, I'm drinking cocktails in a bar. Go fuck yourself. Because I'm out with one of my friends, which I'm allowed to fucking do. And if you don't like it, you can sit on it and spin in the opposite direction. So fuck off. I know we're not going to do anything about it tomorrow, because tomorrow you're going to come home and say, hi, honey, good to see you, had a great trip, and not bring this up because I haven't done anything wrong. And if you think I have, you are wrong, and you need to get your head on straight before you talk to me. It's called not putting up with the other person's crap. My heart sinks. Oh shit. I am really in trouble. My subconscious glares at me, then shrugs, wearing her, you made your bed, you lie in it face. What did I expect? I contemplate calling him, but it's late and he's probably asleep. Or pacing. I decide a quick text may be enough. I'm still in one piece. I had a nice time. Missing you. Please don't be mad. Things you shouldn't have to say to your significant other. Please don't be mad. Are you mad at me? Did I do something to make you mad at me? These are all huge red flags of I am in an abusive relationship and I'm afraid of being abused for doing the wrong thing. If your woman looks at you and says, are you mad? You need to take some personal account right there. Take a moment to figure out why she's saying this, because she shouldn't be saying it. It's not a good thing. Right? someone, not someone he wants her to be with. I know, right? Like, and she's in a public bar with security, and nobody knew that she was gonna be there. Like, it wasn't a prearranged thing. Kate's the only person who knew they were gonna be there, and she wasn't gonna tell anybody, and nobody would know to ask Kate anything. So, yeah, like, and again, grown woman who can do whatever the fuck she fucking wants. I gaze at my BlackBerry, willing him to respond, but it's ominously silent. I sigh. That's because when you didn't answer him, because all those texts and calls were within 10 minutes of him being told that she was at the bar. Why is he not answering? Because he's back on the plane. She's going to walk into the apartment. He's going to be standing there. I bet you anything. Even though, like, flying back would take way longer than that. In this book, he has magic time travel powers because of money. I bet you anything. Prescott pulls up outside a Scala, and Sawyer gets out to hold the door open for me. As we stand waiting for the elevator, I take the opportunity to quiz him. What time did Christian call you? Sawyer flushes. About 9:30, ma'am. Why didn't you interrupt my conversation with Kate so I could speak to him? Mr. Gray told me not to. I purse my lips. The elevator arrives, and we ride up in silence. I'm suddenly grateful that Christian has a whole night to recover from his conniption, and that he's on the other side of the country. It gives me some time. On the other hand, I miss him. Why? Honestly, I'd pursue a life where he's gone all the time and I get to enjoy time with his money. The doors to the elevator open, and for a split second I stare at the foyer table. What's wrong with this picture? The vase of flowers lies smashed into fragments all over the floor of the foyer. Water and flowers and chunks of china are strewn everywhere. The table is overturned. My scalp prickles, and Sawyer grabs my arm and pulls me back into the elevator. Stay there, he hisses, drawing a gun. He steps into the foyer and disappears from my field of vision. Okay, dude, if you're really concerned, what you do is shove her back in the elevator, hit the lobby button, and close the door, and tell her to go to the security desk and wait there until I come and get you. You don't have her huddled in the elevator where she's trapped and an easy target to be gunned down like a sitting fucking duck. You get her out of there. I cower in the back of the elevator. Luke, I hear Ryan call from inside the great room. Code Blue. Code Blue? Is somebody dead? Do we need to start doing CPR? You have the perp? Sawyer calls back. Jesus H. Christ. I flatten myself against the elevator wall. What the hell is going on? Adrenaline spikes through my body and my heart leaps into my throat. I hear soft voices, and a moment later Sawyer reappears in the foyer, standing in the puddle of water. He holsters his gun. You can come in, Mrs. Gray, he says gently. Why? What's happened, Luke? My voice is barely a whisper. Who the fuck is Luke? When the hell did they... Who the fuck is that? We've had a visitor. He takes my elbow, and I'm grateful for the support. My legs have turned into jelly. I walk with him through the open double doors. Ryan is standing at the entrance of the great room. A cut above his eye is bleeding, and there's another on his mouth. He looks roughed up. His clothes look disheveled. But what's more shocking is Jack Hyde slumped at his feet. I can't turn the page. Come on, little page. Oh, that's the end of the chapter. That's the end. Oh, Mark, hi! Hi, Mark! Hi! So glad to see you. You got here literally right at the end of the chapter. No, he's not jealous, but he is angry that she went out for drinks with Kate because how dare she when he ordered security to take her back to the apartment and keep her captive there. I'm amazed he didn't get on a plane and come home early to see her. Yes, it definitely is. I know, right? It's just, ugh. You really do have the best timing ever. Though, you gotta come up on stream with me again. You haven't co-hosted with me in so long, and we miss you. And there were helicopter questions. But I know how busy you are. Mark's becoming an actual lawyer, which takes time and reading a lot of stuff. But you missed a double handcuff episode. These have been on for 4 hours. Since we are at the end of the chapter and those are the rules, I can take them off now. So here we go. Let's see what the final marks are. These are harder to take off. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, those were really embedded. Okay, so that's where that winds up. That might actually have some color to it in the morning. Okay, it's like impossible to turn your arms towards camera. I swear. Right? Right? And she's in an elevator. She's in a fucking elevator. Just hit the button for the lobby, close the doors, and put her somewhere safe. Like, Jesus. And like, if you have security in the apartment, because obviously there was a security person guarding the apartment while they were both away, which is good. And they clearly confronted intruder Jack Hyde and have subdued him in some way. Why didn't that person contact the other security or hit a panic button that alerts all of them, like, don't come back here, the apartment is unsecure? Like, really? Okay, other one. Okay, that was in really deep. That is a nice color. I like that. I don't wear purple often enough. I should. And on the other side, I like that on the bottom there, you can actually see the tip of the connecting part a little bit. So not bad for really cheap cuffs, because these are cheap. Like, I can physically bend this metal. That's how cheap this is. Like, you know, it'll go where I put it. So these are really cheap, but they held up and they didn't slip. Unlike these ones, which are heavier. These are way heavier. These weigh twice what these do, and these broke on me after being worn like 5 times. These broke on me. So these, even though they're heavier and they seem like they should be more sturdy and like more reliable, these broke on me. So far, these didn't break. Though we'll see. But so far, Made in China is winning. I think the broken ones I'm gonna put up with the covers of my the skinned book covers that I keep as my trophies. Maybe I'll keep these as part of that. Someday I'm gonna do some kind of an art piece with those. I really am. And these will be in it. As some kind of testament. And I'll see if I can make the silver ties that we found into something. This is true. This is all of the true, yes. Not gonna happen if you're assigned as close protection. You never leave your protectee. Yep. And also, there is 2 of them, but one of them went to park the car while the other 2 went upstairs alone. Because also, that's how security works. And I've had security details once or twice. Don't ask me why, but I have, and it's a pain in the ass and a very, 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 very annoying. Yeah, it is. Also, we're going into chapter 10, and we're now claiming to have caught the bad guy. Because keep in mind, Jack Hyde's been he's been the only bad guy so far. He blew up, supposedly we're assuming he's the one who sabotaged Charlie Tango. Which, by the way, Mark, this is the helicopter part. If somebody sabotaged your helicopter and blew it up and caused both engines to go on fire and then you crashed into the side of a volcano, would that helicopter be rebuilt, I'm guessing some kind of safety certification would have to be passed? Would that helicopter be rebuilt, recertified, and flyable, good to go in, according to this book, 6 weeks? And we also brought up that there would be an NTSB investigation going on because it crashed, and that would trigger an investigation. And am I right or wrong, but anytime that there is a crash involved, the pilot's license is under review. So Christian's license to fly would also be under review. And I don't know how long that would take to clear him to be able to fly. But I also don't think that rebuilding a helicopter where you said both engines caught on fire and both engines were destroyed, and then you crashed it into the side of a mountain, that it A, would be worth rebuilding, because just in terms of practicality, time, and cost, wouldn't it just be better all around to just buy a new one? Also, Charlie Tango's probably a few years old, so there would be newer models with like better features on the market, and when you take the opportunity to upgrade, you know, I'm sure insurance is going to pay out on Charlie Tango because sabotage is like covered under insurance. So why not like upgrade while you can, kind of thing anyway. Plus, wouldn't like rebuilding it be so much more complicated? Yeah, hell no. Not a chance. Get a new one. Spare parts, yep. Yeah, wouldn't it basically just be scrap metal at this point? But no, E.L. James is a horribly atrocious writer. He doesn't know how anything works and didn't do any research. You know what I did the other day? I'm about to sign off, but this is what I did the other day, just for posterity. I wanted to see, because I was thinking about all the research that E.L. James did not do at all. And I was like, okay, let me, for my own feeling better than her, and totally what I'm doing, let me make a list of the things I have researched for a fanfic that like 5 people are reading. Okay? Here, this is not a complete list because I'm still making it, but here is the at least 2/3 list of things that I have researched, some of which have caused me nightmares, that I have researched for my own fanfic that nobody is reading and it's not posted anywhere. I researched the following things: several varieties of painkillers, sedatives, and hospital level anesthesia. I learned that there is a lot of differences between them I didn't know about, and that many of them have like 47 different names. So things that I thought were different are not, because they're the same thing. Types and uses of forceps: hymenoplasty, sane kit procedures, bespoke designer suits, $10,000 designer dresses, styles of gynecology chair, types of speculums and their uses, types of stirrups, nitrous oxide, amyl poppers, amyl nitrate in general, the native flora and fauna of Azerbaijan, the national flower of Azerbaijan and the legend associated with it, the gauges, the the order of size of needles and what they are used for and why they are called what they're called, because they needed an exact name, cervical dilators, MGM orchestral history, movie trivia of the movie Gigi and several other movies, gourmet cooking, historical cooking, the recipe for eggs du foie gras, Japanese soaking tubs, Japanese types of wood, the movie Alice in Wonderland and its inspiration in general, and the most expensive mattresses in the world. Which, by the way, I learned there's one called Hessian, as in the Headless Horseman kind of Hessian, that costs like $80,000 to $300,000. I have no idea why, but it's the thing. If you can glide it in, yeah. But we were told both engines were burned out. So how long would it take to replace? Let's say only the engines needed replacing and like it needs a new paint job from smoke damage. If you just had to replace the 2 engines, how long does that take? Yeah, and it did. Like it came down in heavily dense forest into the side of a helicopter. Okay, Nightwolf, I'm looking at that video. I've heard of this. Is that the island with the goats on it? Nightwolf sent me a video about how close Canada gets to. Is that the rock island with the goats that nobody fucking owns, and technically we're fighting over it, but nobody gives a flying? Well, on the whole, we had a very successful evening, didn't we? We got through 2 chapters. I didn't puke at the sex scenes, which I thought I would. Look up Whiskey Wars. Do I want to know? I heard something about Britain's threatening Trump over whiskey, over the tariffs or something. Somebody mentioned that as a thing, but I don't know what it is. Does it have to do with prohibition? Is it like a prohibition like war thing that started? Because that would make sense. I mean, how are we 200 pages? We're almost halfway. Wait. Yeah, well, no. The whole thing, keep in mind, this book has like 4 epilogues and then like 2 vignettes at the end because she had started writing the reverse point of view, which we're reading next, and I've never read, so strap in. So yeah, this book ends like 5 times like Lord of the Rings, but how I'm gonna deal with that yet, I don't know, because literally after the end of the final chapter, just the multiple endings and epilogues are enough to fill their own week of book club. So we'll see. And then we need a palate cleanse. Anybody from now until the end of this book, if you have a palate cleanse, which is anything that is that would take me about an hour to read, because I'll read it and then we'll get into the new book. But anything that would take me about an hour. Remember when we read the Yellow Wallpaper and that was really nice and I actually put effort into it to make my voice all sexy and sweet? Something around the length of the Yellow Wallpaper that we could read as a palate cleanser would be nice. So if you know anything, please leave it in the comments. Or if you're on my Discord, reach out to me on Discord and let me know, because I'm open to suggestions. They could really do it that fast? That seems really fast for what I would think. Well, I would think like helicopters are complicated. It's between Canada and Denmark? I didn't think they were known for whiskey. I'm not sure what you're saying there, but yes, there was C4. Yeah, you got to set it up and know what you're doing. I think there's probably very few people that are capable of doing that. But hey, at least I hope they get paid for it. Because when you get skills like that, I think you can definitely demand a certain level of salary for yourself in general. All right. Well, somehow we have reached the end of the evening. I don't know how that's happened or how it's after midnight, but it is. So we have had a very productive book club. We didn't get any new ducks. We did get handcuffs the whole time, which is nice, and I'm grateful. Very grateful. I do miss that we didn't get any new ducks. We got lots of ducks, see? We got lots of ducks still in the bag wanting to come out and play and join the other ducks on the stage. Some of them, we don't know what they are. Will we ever find out what the red duck is? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe someday he'll tell us. Maybe he'll grow up and fully form and then we'll know. You know? Like one of those things where you don't know what it is until it grows up. Maybe that's it. Like the Jem'Hadar on that episode of DS9. Still a good episode, kind of poorly executed, but good in the concept area. So, lots of ducks left that need to join on the stage, and we need to figure out what all of them is if we can. We'll see. Maybe we can, maybe we can't. I don't know. But I'm gonna try to spruce up the duck stage for next week. Also, I need to fix it because when Kitty bit it, he kind of broke it because he's a little brat. But he's definitely decided that he can eat these ducks, so they're gonna need some protecting. I may have to officially start putting them in a cupboard between the weeks instead of leaving them on my desk because he's going for them. But anyway, that is going to do it for the evening. I'm so sorry to say goodnight to everybody, but I really, really have to. Really? Like, that's actually real? Because I know inflatable tanks were a thing. I remember that. But that was, like, strategy. Though, surprisingly effective because it worked. Alright. I still have the same pile of bookmarks, by the way, that I made all these months ago. I'm still using them. I take good care of these because they're mine. And I made them. And they suck, but they're mine. Waiting for the parts, yeah. That's what one of the elevators here is waiting on. It's been broken for a week, and it's only because they're waiting on parts. Nothing you can do. If you have a link to that, please send. I'd like to see. But that will do it for this evening, everyone. I'm definitely going to look for that. But please love on yourself. Thank you all so, so much for being here. I love every single one of you. Thank you so much. You're all the best. Please love on your fur babies. Love yourself. Love each other. Happy Thanksgiving. If you're American, happy Thanksgiving. We got holidays coming up. Take care of you, especially in the holiday season. Make sure you take care of yourself. Try to reach out to some people, do some fun stuff, find some fun activities. Lots of free stuff to do. Go to, see shows, take in the sights, watch lights. Love just driving around at night and watching the lights, and seeing all the neighborhoods put up displays and stuff. It's so much fun. So take care of you. Thank you for being here. Love on your fur babies, and I will see you all next week at the same time, hopefully with more handcuffs and ducks. Enjoy yourself. I've been Insane Lane. Bye bye.